Welcome to FP 2030's plenary event, committed to progress, building a stronger family planning movement grounded in rights. We are so excited to finally all meet in person and share news of the continued growth and transformation of our global family planning partnership. FP 2030 is the largest global partnership focused on family planning. It is the successor to FP 2020. Today, building on the progress already made, we share our vision for the next decade of partnership, Family Planning 2030.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage His Excellency Dr. Jean-Jacques Mbungani Mbanga, the Minister of Public Health, Hygiene and Prevention, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Dr. Samu Kelesu Dube, the Executive Director, FP 2030. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I do hope everybody is great, up and early, and good morning. My name is Dr. Samu Kelesu Dube. I am the Executive Director of FP 2030. I am so thrilled to be here today, and this is my first ICFP conference ever. And I know many of you, it's not your first, and I do hope that it's not going to be your last conference. We are here today to talk about the power of commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what a commitment is. A commitment is that intentional response to what you see as a need that you have to change in your lifetime. What do we mean by a commitment at FP 2030? At FP 2030, a commitment is a promise to yourself, a promise to those around you. And here at Pattaya, it's a promise for your daughter, a promise for your sister, a promise to the mothers, women, and girls across the globe. It is a promise to take specific action to increase use of voluntary rights-based family planning worldwide. When you make that commitment, we also make a commitment to you, to support you as FP 2030, to connect you with your peers, to keep track of your progress, to hold you accountable, and to celebrate all your achievements for all the world to see. I am thrilled, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that these commitments are coming in from everywhere. Just last night, we celebrated a host of new commitments for those of you who were there, and you did dance the night away, isn't it? Such a commitment from Organon, who really are committing to making sure that they prevent 120 million pregnancies by 2030. That is a promise. That is a commitment. We saw commitments from Germany, financial commitments that they say they're going to renew, they're going to make sure they continue. We do celebrate a new kid on the block, a commitment from Namibia, who in our previous era as FP 2020 did not make a commitment, but now they made a commitment to join this movement and make sure they make better for women and girls in Namibia. We also saw some people making personal commitments. For example, DJ Moores, who said he has made a commitment. Will you today make that intentionality statement in your heart to make a commitment to do better for women and girls across the world? We actively seek, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome relationships with everyone, with anyone interested in making an FP 2030 commitment, from governments, from civil society, from private sector. We saw youth shining at this conference, faith-based institutions, and even DJs, as you saw. So a commitment to us is a promise. And when we say we are committed to progress, what do we really mean by progress? I will give you a preview of this year's FP 2030 measurement report later on, to be released in January in 2023. What did we see from 2021? we saw 357 million women using newer methods of contraception in low and middle income countries. For us, that represents 87 million more than in 2012 when we were first created. And we know what those figures mean. In just 1 year, ladies and gentlemen, the use of family planning prevented an estimated 135 million unintended pregnancies and 28 million unsafe abortions and saved lives of 140,000 women. You know what that means? It's not just numbers. It's women and girls. It's actually economic progress. It's many people who could make better choices for their women, for their daughters, and for themselves to make better in the world. These are important and impressive numbers. But in fact, our goal as FP 2030, our goal here at ICFP, our goal as a collaborative and as a collective should not just be measured in numbers. Yes, numbers matter. But our goal is to enable voluntary, modern contraceptive use by everyone who wants it, achieved through, number one, individuals' informed choice and agency. Agency is important because it says, I'm doing this for myself. You know, Natalia, you said yesterday that women do not go and access contraception because they want to prevent an unintended pregnancy. They go because they want choice. They go because they want to rest their bodies. They go to access contraception because they want fewer children or they do not want children at all. Secondly, we want responsive and sustainable systems that provide a range of quality services and contraceptive choice. And importantly, for all of us here, members of parliament who may be here today, even those who are hailing from government, we wish we have a supportive policy environment to enable all this to happen. Ultimately, progress for us is going to be about doors that access to family planning can open. It's about how the ability to plan whether and when to have children is a fundamental right to the ability of women and girls to enjoy good health, pursue an education, and to participate fully in economic and social and cultural life. Some of you may ask, why am I passionate about this work? I'm doing it for my daughter. She's 16 years old. I'm doing it so that she can have a better world. I'm doing it because the conversations that we have together about sexuality, about whether if and when she would want to ever have children, about the economic investments that I'm making in her so that she becomes a global good to the whole world, so that indeed she can participate in whatever she wants to do as a young woman and as a woman in the future. Yes. You know, she blocked me from Instagram and she said, you know what, I just want my own space right now. And I give her that right so that she can choose whoever she wants to be. I'm doing this work to create a better world for Matilda. Access to family planning, ladies and gentlemen, is a human right. It is essential to women's ability to exercise all her rights. Matilda should go to school. She should be able to build a career. She should be able to care for her family in the future as best as she can. She should be able to learn and grow and create and dream and know that the world is her oyster. It also means it's essential to our ability to withstand and recover from crises, which we're seeing unveiling and globally. Whether natural or man-made, women should be able to be given tools to recover from crisis. None of this should be controversial. But it often is in many of the countries where we hail from because at a fundamental level, access to family planning is about shifting power. It is about expanding the ability and freedom of individuals to exercise power in their own lives. Why are we fighting this? To take that thought one step further, within our movement, progress also means taking intentional action to shift power. That's a promise that you should make for yourself. To that end, FP 2030 has made an additional commitment. With our new organizational architecture, we are emphasizing community-driven country leadership, which is inclusive, equitable, transparent, and is operationalized with mutual accountability. And instead of that global secretariat that we heard previously, that did a great job based in Washington, D.C. We are going to have 5 regional hubs, a hub in Abuja in Nigeria, covering North, Central, and West Africa, in Latin America, in Asia and the Pacific, in East and Southern Africa, and the one in North America and the Europe hub. With this transformation, we are shifting power to where it belongs. It belongs to countries, it belongs to communities, it belongs to the regions that we know we want to serve. So a commitment to progress means a commitment to rise, to choice, to access, and to sharing this power, ladies and gentlemen, and ultimately women and girls who are in the best position to define their own health needs and how to meet them. We know that family planning is not an end point, as I've said. It is an intersection. It is key. It is a key that unlocks so many developmental goals that I know we are all striving to achieve by 2030. Our goal is for each of you to see yourselves in this movement, everyone in the room, watching virtually, even those at the Climate Summit, which I do hope we organize better next time in Egypt, or those who are at the G20 in Indonesia. It's about how family planning becomes a glue that brings this all together. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can move mountains. And now I would like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Mbanda, to please share the commitment of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And you know, one of the first countries that I went to when I was appointed was to visit DRC. So I'm pleased to share this podium today. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. I am Dr. Mbungani, Minister of Health in DRC. But let me continue in French. I'm so easy in French, but I hope that you can follow me. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, à vos titres et qualités respectifs, la planification familiale est une priorité pour le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, ainsi que pour notre président, chef de l'État, son Excellence Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. La planification familiale est portée par le plan stratégique national, qui est aligné au plan national du développement sanitaire en vue d'accroître la prévalence contraceptive moderne à 30% d'ici 2030. Elle fait partie intégrante du paquet des soins de la couverture santé universelle. Ce plan met aussi un accent particulier sur l'augmentation à l'accès aux adolescents et jeunes au service de la planification familiale. Pour en assurer le financement durable, le gouvernement en RDC a ouvert une ligne de crédit dans la loi de finances de chaque année, et cela depuis 2015. L'engagement pris par notre gouvernement est de décaisser chaque année au moins 5 millions de dollars dans le cadre de l'initiative Planification familiale 2030. Pour cette année 2022, le gouvernement a décaissé 2,1 millions de dollars pour acheter les contraceptifs via le mécanisme d'achat groupé de l'UNFPA. Pour l'exercice budgétaire qui vient, 2023, le gouvernement prévoit un crédit de 7,5 millions de dollars pour l'achat des contraceptifs, afin de réduire les ruptures des stocks à tous les niveaux, en dépit du contexte particulier de la RDC, marqué par une guerre qui lui est lâchement imposée à l'est de la République. Bien que le gouvernement prévoit de dépenser au moins 5 millions pour l'achat des contraceptifs, ce qui fait d'ailleurs de lui un des pays modèles en matière de financement domestique pour la planification familiale, mais le gap reste encore important. D'où la nécessité de renforcer le partenariat stratégique pour atteindre notre but. Il s'agit de mobiliser davantage les sociétés minières pour contribuer au financement de la planification familiale dans le cadre de la responsabilité sociétale des entreprises. Également, saisir l'opportunité actuelle des investissements mis en œuvre dans le cadre de la couverture santé universelle pour accroître le financement de la planification familiale comme intervention essentielle. Cependant, le gouvernement est ouvert aux discussions et à toutes les initiatives pour accroître les ressources domestiques, en l'occurrence le Matching Fund. Avant de clore mon propos, permettez-moi de remercier tous les partenaires traditionnels pour leur soutien et réitérer aux fondations Bill et Melinda Gates et Packard la nécessité de poursuivre leur appui pour la planification familiale en République démocratique du Congo. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Minister, for this. So FP 2030, as you know, devolved into a regional structure, and we did this so that we could shift power where it belongs most, in the hands of national and community leaders and decision makers. As I said before, one of my greatest highlights has actually been to see young people and the people who know their countries and community best coming in to not only participate in FP 2030, but make personal and institutional commitments to make this movement work. This structural change that we embarked on is only one piece of a larger promise to better put national leaders and advocates in the driver's seat of this global architecture and partnership. The family planning movement, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, must better diffuse power. I know there have been many sessions that have been talking about power, and for us, we know that the movement needs and could do better if we devolve power in an honest way. In the way we host meetings, large or small, in the way we fund organizations in low, middle, and income countries so that they are sustainable, so that there is flexible funding, and in how we structure our large international organizations to stretch power away from one central headquarters. I've seen the work that some organizations like MSI, like IPPF, are doing to devolve that power, and some of our supporters like USAID who are doing great work to make sure localization works. And I refer to the power shifting conference that happened before the official conference started. I would love in that dialogue and in the heart of this localization to invite our panelists, Dr. Anu Kuma, who is the president and CEO of IPAS. And I recall, Dr. Anu, the document that you wrote about power shifting. I really reference that in everything that I do. Mariba, who is the director of the OPCU. She hails from Senegal. She is in the trenches. She's making things happen, and we really love how she really emboldens the issue of power shifting. And Dr. Atul Gawande, who is the Assistant Administrator for Global Health at USAID. And indeed, as I referred, USAID is doing a lot to make sure that this power shifting agenda is realized in the regions. And I'm going to start with you, Anu. You have adopted a new leadership model. Could you please tell us what went into making these changes and where you are in that transition?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samu, for having me. And I'm really delighted to be here to be able to share some of the experiences at IPAS. So since I became president and CEO of IPAS, I've really been thinking a lot about power and equity and also white supremacy and how that has permeated everything that we do and really everyone in the world in so many ways. My own personal and professional experience as an Indian American has certainly led me to reckon with with aspects of racial injustice and make the links between racial injustice and gender injustice, which I think are really quite paramount. So I started to think about how deeply rooted many of our institutions are in racism, in patriarchy, and how we can shift those ideologies. So what we've embarked on is a process to make IPAS an anti-colonial organization. So what do I mean by that? Thank you. What we mean by that is to really shift and share power across the IPAS network, rather than holding it in any central body. So a bit similar, I think, to what you're suggesting as well, Samu, for FP 2030. We're talking about redistributing resources, human and financial resources, towards countries and people and the people that we serve. And we're talking about fostering ownership and autonomy across the entire network, but also amongst partners. And this all hinges on a management approach that we've adopted called shared leadership. And it's affirmed by one of IPAS's core values of interdependence. So practically what that has meant is that our offices have taken a great deal more authority and responsibility, and our US staff, of which there are still many and are very active and committed and dedicated to our mission, have taken a step back. And we're learning and we're practicing as we go along. It's a journey. IPAS is actually going to be turning 50 next year. Yeah, and so as we're learning, we're going to continue to move into this power shifting mode. But I just want to mention that one of the really important learnings that we've had is that it's very important to work individually as well, and to think about collective and cultural change that we can make within organizations, and not just structural change. There's a lot of things that we need to learn, that we need to unlearn, in order to be really successful in shifting power. And at IPAS, we're really practicing what we're calling horizontal leadership and learning how to have new ways of working with each other.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anu. She said shared leadership. Have you heard of horizontal leadership? And how is that working so far? What results are you seeing?
Well, so I'm seeing an organization that's quite motivated and energized. You mentioned transparency earlier. Transparency has emerged as a really important value and something that we're practicing. So in things like budgetary decisions, we're sharing who is making the decision, how the decision is being made, why it's being made, and we're sharing that across all staff in the organization. We're seeing, we have been liberated in some ways from being tethered to geography. So when we're recruiting for staff positions, we're recruiting from the world. And so that's opened up a huge talent pool for us. And so positions that might have been formerly held in the United States are being occupied by staff and individuals from all over the world. Our countries are also shifting. So our IPAS Latin America office has created a leadership team which includes a cross-section of staff from the organization. And we're leaning into, sort of greater flexibility in programming, the ability to raise resources everywhere, having greater cross-collaboration in the IPAS network that doesn't put the US in the middle of that conversation. But I have to be honest with you, Samu, that it hasn't been easy. It's so far we've been on this journey for almost 2 years, and those 2 years overlapped with COVID. And so it's been a bit exhausting and tiring for staff. But we do regular staff surveys, and one of the things that I've seen in our staff surveys is that our staff firmly believe that we're doing the right thing.
Excellent. Thank you for those remarks. And I'm just going to turn over to Dr. Atul. USAID as an institution holds so much power around money. How do you make sure that you, as you are dispersing or you are allocating funding, you take into account communities? How do you take this into account when you're funding projects that are aimed to benefit communities with less power, perhaps with less autonomy, and who rely and look up to USAID to make these decisions? Young people, LGBTI groups, and rural communities, for example.
Well, first of all, I echo what Anu said, this is a journey, and USAID has not functioned that way. And we're in the midst of a major change towards localization and inclusive development, really led from the very top by Administrator Samantha Power. And the principles behind it, they have some metrics associated with it that we want to get to, where we've been 6%, really 94% international NGOs and large multinational organizations, and only 6% locally led development, that we want to have 25% of our prime partners become local, and that we want 50% to meet our definitions of what it really means to be localization. So that means also tracking that where we have international partners, how much sub-grants are down at the local level, what local leadership we have, are we enabling government-to-government programs, et cetera. This is a journey because even internally it's moving a fair amount of our funding in global health from centrally managed to decision-making at the mission level. It means elevating foreign service nationals who work for us to have leadership positions more and more, and then moving out, supporting the capacity and development over longer periods of time of local organizations, and creating the partnerships with governments and outside of the governments to make it happen. So, the move by FP 2030 to regional hubs is reflective of this larger movement that is going on, and we couldn't be more supportive.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe how is it working in your own words? How is that working?
Well, what I would say is a couple of things. It is a journey, and it involves moving USAID, which is a large number of people to start with, 2,500 or so in our health sector, spread across almost 100 countries. That alone is a lot, but then there's all the programming that's done. But it is reflected in the ways that we even see leadership being chosen in the U.S. government, John Nkengasong being a great example, and the ways we're developing leadership, and then also how we have to change our processes. But I'll say, one of the key things I think is related to why we are so supportive of what FP 2030 is about, how this the movement around family planning is occurring. And so I want you to know that today the United States government and USAID will be announcing a $15 million commitment to FP 2030 over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to say we're specifically supporting the regional hub architecture because of our commitment to making this vision work. The effort of regionalization is reflected in the development of many ways that other organizations are shifting, and we could not be more supportive for moving in this direction.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we appreciate the support from USAID. And I'll turn to you, Maripa. Maripa is the director for the OPCU, and you are working in several countries. So when you're talking about power shifting, it also means how you work across these countries. Maybe for me, it's how do you ensure that power is shared amongst the countries where you work in Francophone West Africa?
Right, and my answer is going to be twofold, because there's as a partnership, it's a partnership between those 9 Francophone West African countries, but also a group of donors who've been funding family planning. So the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, USAID, UNFPA, Canada, the Kingdom of Netherlands, France, and I might forget a couple. But the idea is, from the get-go, we were set up as a partnership, not a project, so it made it easier to have a 50-50, or at least an equal share in the partnership. So we had to learn, because even for me as the director, who was born and raised in Senegal and studied in the US and then went back to Senegal, we had to relearn some of the power sharing that we had within the partnership, where sometimes a lot of the decisions were being made from the donors with the activities and the running around that we were doing in the region, and just rethinking the way we were working from home. And so we have a new governance model now where in the advisory board we have representation from local civil society, from our directors of maternal and child health, and so that gives equal voices within that board for the countries and for the donors. Now, if I shift to the power sharing among the 9 countries, there is this healthy competition that we've instaured between the 9 countries, and it's really a beautiful partnership. And I'm not just saying this because we're in a conference, but it's, you have, some of our countries are unfortunately lagging behind because they're dealing with other sorts of crises, either humanitarian or for security reasons. And so it's actually the countries that have been able to reach their goals and objectives who are trying to share lessons with the countries that are lagging behind. So there's this healthy competition at the end of the year, understanding who reached their objectives, how and what are the best practices and high impact practices to actually get there, and helping each other with lessons learned within the region. Because at the end of the day, it's a common objective, and there is this sense of accountability from each of the 9 countries. And one of our guiding principles is equity in terms of achieving those results. And so our objective is not just to surpass the 6.5 million additional users, it's that every single of the 9 countries are able to reach their objectives.
Thank you so much. And I will come to numbers a little bit later, what you've achieved there. Maybe I will just turn to you, Anu. You work to build enabling environments, from policy, funding, patient care across the world. As an international NGO, I am wondering how you strike a balance, right, to ensure these systems are responsive to local needs, they are actually locally led, and how does your structural shift actually help you, and how has it helped you to actually achieve those goals?
Yeah, so you're right. Our work to build sustainable abortion ecosystems is holistic. It's comprehensive and involves multiple stakeholders. We analyze which factors impede or help individuals' ability to access abortion care. And we hold and know that local stakeholders are critical to that. So we're interested in galvanizing commitment, accountability to abortion rights, and really respond to local needs. And that's best done through our country staff. Who convene local stakeholders, everyone that's interested in the abortion ecosystem, everyone from donors to governments to civil society organizations, to really analyze and address and see what needs to be done and what are the strengths and weaknesses and who can best address the needs of that particular location. But I have to say that as much as we can change our own structures and our own ways of operating and the way that we partner, IPAS is a relatively small organization in the grand scheme of things, and there are much larger forces at play. Indeed, I would say that one of the most significant barriers to our success is the Helms Amendment, which is a colonial and racist policy that's imposed by the US government on millions of people around the world. The 1973 Helms Amendment states that U.S. foreign assistance funds cannot be used for, quote, the performance of abortion as a method of family planning, end quote. In practice, the Helms Amendment is applied as a complete ban on abortion-related services and information. It applies to all U.S. funding for governments, NGOs, pooled funding mechanisms, and humanitarian assistance. If the Helms Amendment were repealed, it's estimated that 19 million fewer unsafe abortions would occur and 17,000 fewer maternal deaths would occur every year, according to data from the Guttmacher Institute. And that's very likely an underestimate. We're just a week away from the US midterm elections, where abortion referendums were on the ballot in multiple states. And in every instance, abortion rights were upheld. Exit polling indicates that abortion was a motivating factor for voters. And this is in line with IPAS research that shows that 9 out of 10 Americans do not support abortion bans. So why does the US government keep imposing this ban on the world? To me, that's a demonstration of ideological domination, of one power over millions of people. The Helms Amendment actively discriminates against Black and brown women who live thousands of miles away from the United States. And each day that it is in place, the US is tacitly contributing to the 35 million unsafe abortions that occur and the tens of thousands of resulting deaths and injuries. It's a major power imbalance that I think we as a family planning sector have to really come to grips with. And also to think about the waste of resources when you have abortion care separated from other reproductive health care. So yeah, we work on abortion ecosystems, but I think we are all concerned about reproductive health ecosystems. And the largest donor in our field is actively hindering our ability to achieve our collective mission. And this has to change.
Well, thank you, Anu, for that. So we know that power comes in various forms, and thank you for that. I'm interested also in hearing what is happening in the OPCU, where it's another unprecedented success story, Maripa. There in 2020, these are some figures that I heard. There were more than 3.8 million additional voluntary users of family planning in the region, far surpassing the goal that you had of 2.7 million. And for me, that's success that we should also celebrate. It could never have happened without the local buy-in that you actually institutionalized, from country policymakers to service providers, and even to women themselves who use family planning. What has OPCU done to ensure that these changes happen from the bottom up, community-driven, and they are institutionalized even in difficult operating environments, some of which you have also, Anu has highlighted?
Right, and I think the number one reason for us of that buy-in was actually ownership from civil society and from youth movements. And that's why we're working increasingly with being even more inclusive of the types of civil societies that we're working with. So, for example, being more inclusive and taking into account people living with disabilities, for example, and also reaching out to the harder to reach living in rural areas. So civil society and youth movements buy-in. The other point also is, at least as far as the Secretariat is concerned, a lot of our action and most of the activities that we have and lessons sharing is actually with our directors for maternal and child health. And I don't know if they're in the room, but they're doing a fantastic job bringing in information from the ground, from the communities, and making that into policies. And so one of our big switch in recent years is to build locally based organizations in terms of research, because we realize that a lot of the research is being done internationally. And so what we want is for that research agenda to be able to feed into some of the decision making that these policymakers are doing. And so all of that is locally grown. So local research agenda with local research institutions, civil society, youth organizations, policymakers as well. And so in the partnership, I think one reason the glue really took on early on is because even all of the donors that we're working with are working under the leadership of the Ministry of Health and not the other way around. When the partnership started, a lot of the donors and a lot of the implementing partners were going their separate ways, replicating very often some of the same work in the same regions. And so being able to have that strong and stronger leadership from the Ministries of Health and from the directors for maternal and child health, and having these costed implementation plans as advocacy tools, as resource mobilization tools, as an evaluation process also is one way and one process that we used and that really helped have this leadership from the Ministries of Health being followed by donors and implementing partners.
Thank you, Maripa. Thank you for that. And maybe one last one to Atul. And you know, despite some of the challenges that you're talking about, the USAID, under the leadership even of Samantha Power and previously, you've really maintained that funding for family planning, which actually is great. I wanted to just understand a little bit the philosophy. So you focused on how you have done it, and then the why you continue to do it. And obviously, we really, ladies and gentlemen, are grateful for the support that, you know, you have just spoken about previously.
Well, so happy to talk to that. I'll also just say briefly, in response to what Anu had brought up, that understand the world that we're functioning in. I spent almost a year not being appointed and blocked from my confirmation because of my pro-choice views, and know exactly how difficult and contentious, even with the remarkable shift in the politics of abortion, that is a very important direction that things have gone, but understand how difficult and contentious these issues remain. And I just want to say thank you. Keep pushing us, keep pushing the country, and over time, things continue to change, and we've seen how the ground changing beneath us as we have seen. Second, I'll say about why we do this work. It is every single person's story here, and it's part of that localization agenda as well. These are individual stories. My story, my children are now grown up, but our first child was born with a congenital heart defect, and that ability to have choice about when we were ready after we have a child with challenges that we never expected in the midst of my own career and my own wife's career development, when we could have and decide to have our second child, and to have that control and that power was absolutely critical. With the third child that we had, my wife developed eclampsia and spent days in intensive care, and we needed those choices and those options to decide what happened from there as well. Now, what options were available to us were not the same as the options available in the world and the kind of care and treatment we got, and it should not depend on who you are, where you are born, how much money you have, in order to have these choices, in order to develop your own life, your own careers, your own opportunity to decide when you will have your children, how many you're going to have, and in what type of spacing. That has, you know, that is the slogan, but it is real lives every day making these choices, every one of you and others. And so that complexity, how that unfolds on the ground, how that is made to happen country by country, is enormously different even within countries. And for that reason, we want to push the decision-making to become regional, and then to become local, and to become partnership with very much the people whose lives are affected. But at the same time, that does not mean we cannot make global goals. And what this international conference is about is the idea that we can set global goals, we can ignite energy around the world, we can achieve incredible scale, but grapple with and provide for the complexity of the reality of the communities where all of us live and work.
Thank you, Dr. Atul. And ladies and gentlemen, you see, even though we are afraid, fear is good for survival, you know, as doctors. But fear should not paralyze us into inaction. So we are seeing people who are acting out of personal volition, making choices to leave the US and go to Senegal so that you could save in the countries where you work, Maripa, thank you. Dr. Atul, that personal story that for me is, I can do better for the world because I've experienced this, and you make those decisions at USAID every day. Thank you. Dr. Anukuma, when you are saying policies, if only they shift, we could see more for women across the globe, around choice, around agency, around more for women. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed panel, and thank you for listening.
Everyone, everywhere, deserves the right to decide if and when to have a child. Without access to family planning, many other development goals are at risk. Women cannot stay in school, find dignified work, or sometimes even care for children they already have if they have no control over the timing of their pregnancies. The Family Planning 2020 Partnership worked hard to expand the use of family planning with some major success. But if we look at the wider picture, we can see that progress is not being made unilaterally across the globe. As a partnership, as a movement, we need to do more. That's why we've taken the step to decentralize FP 2030, moving from one headquarters in Washington, D.C. to 5 regional hubs globally. We believe this puts the power of our partnership in the hands of the people who know exactly what changes are needed to build stronger, more inclusive and more resilient family planning programs.
My name is Dr. Sheila Macharia, and I'm the new Managing Director for the FP 2030 Regional Hub for East and Southern Africa. Our host organization is Amref Health Africa. The new structure of FP 2030 has brought decision-making much closer to where the issues are. By setting up regional hubs, it provides an opportunity to have very close engagement with countries, with leadership there. It provides an opportunity to better understand the context in which the health sector and other development sectors are operating, so that even as we advocate for family planning, we're very cognizant of those challenges and we can be relevant. What I would like to accomplish in this role is to be a leader who builds a hub that is a credible voice in the region for women and for families. I want us to be a voice that is known and a voice that is remembered, and also a partner that is readily invited to the table because of the value that we bring. And also that we begin to get some lessons on how to appropriately handle health services like family planning when you are in fragile settings of conflict or those that require humanitarian assistance, because that is something that characterizes this region.
My name is Fenisura Chimanan. I am the Managing Director for FP 2030 Hub for Northwest and Central Africa. I'm based in Abuja within the Population Council organization. Across the region, more than 60% of your population are under 25 years old. That might be an issue, but also that can be considered as an opportunity. As an opportunity because if we ensure a well-structured policy that allows us to educate them, to empower them, and to employ them, that they become an agent of economic uplift for the country. That is the way to go. And for that, family planning is central. When a woman or a girl have access to family planning, she can shape her life, have more education, good jobs. A woman empowered is very instrumental for the development of the country.
The evolved FP 2030 partnership will emphasize localized leadership, and still remain entirely committed to the rights and needs of women, girls, and anyone who wants to control their pregnancies.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Evelyn Opondo. I work for the International Center for Research on Women as the Africa Director based in Nairobi, Kenya. It's a great honor to be moderating this panel on human rights, a framework that's very critical for this discussion and a framework that we have not focused on as much as we should. Human rights identify the quality of life that we each can expect to enjoy. They define the value and the worth of each person and their relationship to the society. They endow communities with holistic insights of how we are all different, and yet we all yearn to belong in a community in dignity with each other. They have been described as the banks of the river where life flows freely and where, when the floods arrive, people who know and own human rights can strengthen the banks to revert the floods and maintain freedom. It is my hope that this conference serves as that source for strength for all of us and that we will protect human rights. All persons deserve the right to make informed decisions about whether they will have or when they will carry a pregnancy. But too often, when we look at the programs that we make on family planning across many countries in the world, we find that these programs only serve the biggest populations and not necessarily the populations that have the highest need or the greatest barriers to access. In this panel, we will look at some of the barriers and we will better center the needs of people who may have a clear need for family planning but have a harder time accessing it, whether because of stigma, because of policy, because of affordability, or for whatever other reason. The question is, how do we ensure that each one of us can access quality family planning services and information, and that it will be available to all of us that need it, it will be accessible, and it will be acceptable to all of us. And even as we pick the phrase family planning, I am reminded of the opening ceremony when Dr. Kanem reminded us that we do not only use contraceptives for purposes of planning family, that some of us may want to engage, for example, in sex just for pleasure, and that is okay. And therefore, even within this context, we appreciate where we are coming from. This morning, I'm very honored to be moderating to be speaking with this very distinguished panelist. I want to welcome Dr. Natalie Kanem, who is the Executive Director of UNFPA. Please help me in welcoming her. I also want to welcome Latanya Mapfret, who is the President and the CEO of Global Fund for Women. Welcome, Latanya. I also want to welcome Avli Kare, who is a queer rights coordinator and working for YP Foundation. Welcome, Avli. I want to start with you, Dr. Kanem. In your speech at the opening ceremony, you reminded us of the centrality of human rights and why it's important for us to adopt human rights-based approach in family planning. How is UNFPA operationalizing a rights-based approach to family planning?
Well, thanks so much, Evelyn. I'm excited to be here with Avali and Latanya, and to be talking about rights and justice and freedom, as you mentioned. This is all part of the aim that we have as human beings, to be able to, quote, live life in larger freedom, end quote, which is at the beginning of the United Nations Charter. So for UNFPA, rights and choices is the slogan that we stand by, precisely because a human rights-based approach to family planning is what women have demanded, and it's also what makes sense for governments, for communities, for families, and for the individual. In theory, and you've mentioned, Evelyn, this right to be able to plan when, whether, with whom, how often, is codified in international and human rights treaties. So let's look at the data. And what we see is that the words on the paper have stayed there. In fact, it's not a pretty picture when you look at the reality. 1 woman in 4 in our world is unable to say no to sex. And another 1 in 4 are unable to make simple decisions about whether or not to go to the clinic, to the nurse, to visit the doctor. There are other consequences because in 5 countries, there are still laws on the books that prevent women from accessing contraception without complicated consent processes, right? So if you have the right, you have to be able to express it, and it also has to give access, fair access, as you've said, and also the choice, the expression of this right and choice should be for quality services. So for UNFPA, in the 120 countries where we work, this is a preoccupation of making the paper come to life. We've committed to a human rights-based approach in all our programming, and as we launched our new family planning strategy here at ICFP, we're emphasizing equality, as well as quality and accountability. And we're also putting our money where our mouth is, because over the 4-year period of the strategic plan, which Diana Keita has led at UNFPA, we're committing 40% of our program resources over those 4 years, and that's going to amount to $1.7 billion to accelerate progress towards rights-based family planning. And I'll just add that human rights are at the center of this work because we see examples, as UNFPA is advising ministries and working with health workers on the ground, of adolescents, for example, who cannot exercise their right freely, and there's a whole rigmarole of who has to say yes before you access youth-friendly services. In certain countries, like Philippines, we've actually surveyed the rights base from the perspective of the user to find out what is it that women think are barriers to rights-based family planning. And there we found that things like fines that were imposed if you didn't get to your appointment on time, et cetera, were hindering people from accessing their right, and government decided to change policy and procedure accordingly. So I think as we advise member states, the vision really centers on the ICPD Cairo principle of putting women at the center of development and also making sure that discrimination doesn't bar women in need. So you would have heard UNFPA in every single instance defend the rights of people with disabilities. the rights of so-called key populations, LGBTIQ, people who work in sex for a living are more vulnerable and need to plan. And similarly, for people of African descent, for women in indigenous communities, and so many other factors of geographic location, poverty, we have to make sure that we leave no one behind by looking at the rights of those who today are most furthest pushed behind. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Indeed, access for adolescents remain quite a bit of a challenge, even in countries where we have what seem like progressive policies or even progressive laws. And you have spoken about accountability. How do you look at accountability?
Accountability is extremely important because we've got to prioritize and we've got to make sure that we're applying our resources where they're going to have the most impact. To assure accountability, it is most important, first and foremost, to ask the person who you believe you are helping what they think. And I think in the previous panel, we heard examples of that type of power sharing, and also making sure that we regularly ask questions and adjust accordingly. Right now, even yesterday when we announced that the human family now has 8 billion members, a lot of the anxiety there is to make sure that investments, especially in young people in this extremely youthful world, are planned and accounted for appropriately. So for the instruments of financial accountability, there are procedures, but for the instruments of assessment of what we would call user satisfaction, let's admit that we still have a long way to go. Not only on the instance of method mix, but in terms of research and development of new methodology, we come back to the rights-based approach, because right now, contraception is woefully expected to be in the hands of the woman. And if SDG 5 on gender equality were real, there would be as many methods for males to take their responsibility as there is for the woman who is going to carry that pregnancy or make decisions about sexuality. So I'm very encouraged, and I think it's great that young people are large and in charge during our ICFP, because changing human relations and changing patriarchy is part of the task that's in front of us. And I believe with Dr. Samu's leadership, I'm a proud board member of FP 2030, that we are going to accelerate progress. We're not going to be here 50 years from now saying the same things that Dr. Anu was alluding to. A lot of our push, our movement began 50 years ago. UNFPA is 53 years old. And what I want is for rapid acceleration, and accountability is going to help us to get there.
Thank you very much. Now, Latanya, I'll come to you.
Yes.
Next. Now, during this conference, we've had a number of sessions where we have looked at the funding landscape. We have looked at what we are doing right, what we are not doing so well, and we've heard from a number of organizations, particularly in the Global South, speaking of how they do not feel very included in a lot of these processes. Now, for you as the president for the Global Fund, an organization that invests in SRHR, how does inclusive donor structures build a strong and inclusive movement grounded in human rights?
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with my sisters, and like many of you, I've been at ICFPs from the beginning, and the stages are looking different. The leadership, as Dr. Khanum talked about, of youth is looking better. And when we are talking about centering human rights, I think we are moving in the right direction. Of course, we still have a lot to do, but being up here, I think this panel of people and the panel before us is so important as we talk about these issues around human rights. It makes me think, a couple weeks ago, I was just in Fiji with 13 resource partners. That's what we call them, not donors anymore. We're trying to, sort of really even out, the landscape. And so we were 13 resource partners who had come along to meet women's groups that we support there. And these women's groups are focused on climate justice. They are not the reason that the sea level is rising, nor is it their fault that there's coastal erosion, but they are actually bearing the majority of the brunt of this. In fact, even one of the groups were market vendors. There's a network of women market vendors, and they were talking about the quality of the leaves that they use for actually braiding together these cultural mats and baskets that they use have changed. Something we don't think about much, but is a part of their livelihoods. And that's a part of when we're talking about human rights, including that conversation. So, these movements are inclusive because the group actually includes communities that are moving inland, but it also includes communities who feel like they should not move inland and want to protect their sea walls. And it also includes groups who want to do advocacy, particularly youth groups, who want to be a part of decisions that are made about them. All of these groups, though, share that because they're women's groups, they actually have parts of their mission, whatever the focus is, around sexual and reproductive health and rights. It's because that's what women do, and we'll talk more about the intersectionality of that later, but as donors of Global Fund for Women, we're trying to take them on a journey of inclusivity to help them understand that they don't lead the process of working with these women. They follow, they support, they accompany and learn at the same time that all of us are learning. And so that means that we can't assume that we can make a strategy somewhere in the global north and that it should be implemented in the global south. And just using those terms because those are the ones we understand. But it means that we have to actually ask them what their priorities are. What are their indicators of success? How do they want to see all this unfold? And then we have to be able to support them. At Global Fund for Women, when we think about inclusive movements and how we support donors in that journey, that we have to really think about tools like open source movement capacity assessment, movement mapping, to actually show up for social movements at the time that they need us with the resources they require to get the work done. And so, I don't want to just be like thinking about the surface level of how we all talk about this, but really it's the how we show up for these movements and these women that is so important to me. I think most of us here have heard the very dismal account of, less than 1% of all overseas development assistance goes to local women's groups. That is shameful. And we have to move away from that. We have to get better. I think our colleagues in the last panel also talked about how we do more, how we do better. I love hearing about the sort of focus of UNFPA as we move forward with family planning. But I'll end just with thinking about what that means when we show up, that this has to be flexible support, it has to be long-term support, and it has to be core support so they can use it for what they do. And we have to trust that they're going to show up for their communities the way they have been, punching way above their weight for centuries. We have to know that that's going to happen, and we have to support them to do that. And that's if we're really looking for transformational social change. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, we need to trust the women and those on the ground nearest to the problem. Thank you very much. Avli, I'll come to you next. Now, there is a bias in many global organizations and in many of the circles, and the major ones, in fact, that LGBTI populations are such a small group that we should not be focusing on their needs, or that there's no much need to include them in family planning programming. What are your views on this?
Okay, thank you, Evelyn, for asking that very important question. And I just wanted to begin my response by saying that I'm sure that there are some of you in the audience who already know we have the Global Trans Awareness Week going on right now. So having this conversation in the context of that is extremely important. And I wanted to shout out to every trans and queer young person in the audience right now at ICFP, who is pushing the envelope of family planning and ensuring that all young and trans people are also at the center of all family planning and SRHR discourse, and not just women, so a big shout out to that. Of course, if I come to the question, this argument that queer people are so and trans people are such a small population that they don't need to be centered in family planning work or SRHR work is an argument that at least those of us like me who are working on queer rights in India, and I work with this organization called the YP Foundation in India, and we primarily work with young people and adolescents on sexual and reproductive health and rights related issues as well as queer rights. So as part of the work, we are familiar with this argument, primarily because back in 2013, the Indian Supreme Court had actually denied queer people rights in India, legal rights, equal citizenship in India by making primarily like this argument that queer people are such a minuscule minority that they don't require legal rights or that they don't need equal citizenship, and the laws that were criminalizing homosexuality, criminalizing queer rights, that law was not impacting a lot of people, so we did not need to challenge it. So this argument is actually quite, it's not novel, but of course it's extremely flawed, because I do believe that the ability to access rights should not be predicated on the number of people that exist in a community, and should not be predicated on what kind of community it is. That everybody, no matter of what sexual orientation they have, what gender identity they have, and as well as other forms of marginalization, deserve access to inclusive health services, deserve their ability to access their SRHR. So I definitely believe that if we claim that we want to leave no one behind, then that really means that even if there's one trans people or one queer person who's being left behind in the movement, then we're not doing enough. So that is certainly important. At the same time, I just wanted to end by saying that when we think about making family planning inclusive, when we think about making SRHR services inclusive, it's very important to begin by ensuring that there's evidence that speaks to what really are the experiences of queer people and trans people around SRHR, around family planning. It's important to ensure that we are advocating for inclusive policies at district level, state level, national levels that kind of speak to the SRHR of young queer and trans people. And at the same time, it's very important to ensure that all our programming on SRHR, our programming on family planning is sort of addressing all young people in all their diversity. So I think that's important, yeah.
Thank you very much. And what would you say is the status of evidence at this moment?
What do I think the status of evidence is at the moment? So I think that there definitely is progress being made. Just the fact that at the ICFP this year, we have multiple sessions that are speaking to queer rights and to family planning and how both these issues need to be spoken about at the same time. But of course, I feel like even within the queer population, mostly SRHR programming evidence that exists is usually around HIV prevention for either gay men or trans women. But the other groups in the queer spectrum, queer women, non-binary persons, trans-masculine persons, trans men, like they are often left out of the evidence that currently exists. So that's the work that I'm also actually doing at the YP Foundation, is just making sure that trans men and trans-masculine people's SRHR is addressed and is spoken about. So I think that that is definitely like there's progress to be made, even though we've already started sort of walking towards that goal, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now back to you, Dr. Kanem. How do we ensure that in our world of 8 billion, we expand access to underserved populations while respecting, protecting, and fulfilling their rights?
Yeah, I'm very excited about the 8 billion. It gives us a chance to talk about our work in family planning in a different context. It also gives us a chance to reassert something that Latanya put on the table, which is that climate and population only go together because those who are victimized by climate change are not the affluent who are creating the greenhouse gases. And so we have to be quick to spring to the defense of human rights yet and again. It's not the number of people on the planet. It's actually how we share the resources, which are very skewed towards inequality right now. So for UNFPA, of course, data as the population fund right now, we're scrambling to help a number of countries who had to delay census in 2020 because the pandemic really had a huge effect on that, and it seems to be going well enough. But the disaggregation of data and asking the right questions, I think Avila put some of this on the table. We don't know because we haven't asked the right questions. We haven't done the rigorous research. It's not the number of people affected either, because if you're in a minority community, like an ethnic minority, analogous to what you were saying about LGBTIQ plus rights, it's not because you're a small community that you should be ignored. So we do have to seek disaggregated data and ask the right questions in order to be able to succeed in accessing underserved populations. We also have to be a bit creative, because sometimes it's distance or geography that makes services more difficult to deliver. But these innovations that allow us to do things remotely, that allow us to equip and train people within communities to deliver services. For example, training non-doctors, non-nurses to do implants, like a community health worker. This is one of the answers that we have to look at and rigorously evaluate and then implement so that we'll be able to access harder to reach populations. Back to the rights bases that you introduced initially, Evelyn. The partnership issue is really crucial. Solidarity in resources and investments is really crucial. Our research, which we did this year to look at how investments in family planning pay off, show that for every dollar that you invest in family planning and maternal health, you're going to get back 8. So we have to be better advocates, and in our partnerships insist on doing things that are rational and evidence-based and rights-based. So I think on every count, the excuse that it's too hard to reach someone who's furthest behind has to be dismantled, and we have to make a commitment that if something is important, we're going to prioritize it. And that's the approach to partnership that I believe we need to develop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Latanya, looking at the Global Fund's gender justice framework, how are you integrating family planning as part of an intersectional gender equity movement?
Thank you so much. And Evelyn, it's such a good question, and it's dear to my heart, because when I first joined the organization, I had this privilege to ask the experts. And so sort of the mother of reproductive justice, Loretta Ross, was one of my guides and advisors on thinking about this question of what is the gender justice framework and how does it work. And she and her colleagues told me to also talk to Kimberly Crenshaw, who spoke and speaks very much about intersectionality. And so that's the framing of which we came into this when we started looking at how do you define what we're doing in the work that we continue to do with movements around the world. And I would say that our gender justice framework is very much movement-led. And so it is being in a position to be able to let others guide the way that we move around this issue. And, you know, and from that place of talking to experts, we decided to just look at movements in the field. And I'll talk about one in the context of our youth programming here at ICFP and FP, that FP 2030 is doing. Mafali is a network of organizations that are made up of adolescent girls, and they're in Cameroon. When we first met them, when I came on board in 2019, they were very much focused on bodily autonomy, sexuality education, and that was the work they were doing. Then they were denied visas to go to a conference and started really focusing their work on amplifying voices of young girls and women in leadership positions. And then COVID happened, and so then they started really talking about with their governments and doing advocacy work around girls' education because they didn't want girls to fall behind during COVID. And now they're starting to really adjust their work towards climate justice and what that means in Cameroon and West Africa. So you see, movements are not monolithic, right? They don't work on one issue, and it's not in their DNA to just sort of put their headdresses on and keep moving in one direction. In fact, they pivot and they're agile to what's happening around them, and that's what we see, and that's how we've defined gender justice in order to be able to work with all of these movements to be able to do that. This is just an example of how you engage at that level. And so gender justice has a much broader, I think, intersectionality identity than most of us would probably give it credit for, how it's actually being led by these movements and how those decisions and definitions are coming about from women and girls all over. And why? It's because they're experiencing this overlapping degrees of discrimination and oppression that won't allow them to just focus on one issue. And so, whether it's racial justice, trans and queer justice, immigration justice, or climate justice, they're all intertwined, and they all fall under this definition that we're using at Global Fund for Women for gender justice. And we as partners and allies have to center those that are the most impacted from these discrimination. And it means then that we have to have programs that center women of color and those women of color everywhere that are experiencing these discriminations. And I think for all of us, I implore us to think about resisting to set up those silos. So it's not just a health program. It's not just a sexual and reproductive health program. It's not just a family planning program. It's all of that. And we have to show up and support in all of those areas if we really want to get at the areas around health, education, and so many of the other emphasis that we have in our overall programs. And so when I think about family planning, I think about this conference in the moment that we're in. I am, very, very much thinking about the definition of gender justice and the lenses that we have to look through in family planning in order to meet the equity and equality goals that we have and hold ourselves accountable for those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, back to you, Avali. There's a wide breadth of LGBTI competence and sensitization across not only the family planning movement, but also across varying country contexts. How do you walk the line where you have a conservative government, but the official policies are somewhat progressive? How do you balance this, and how do you work within that context?
Thank you, Evelyn, for asking that question. It's an interesting question. I might not have the most accurate answer, but I can try to sort of respond to it based on the work that we do at the YP Foundation. I think in India as well, the policies that exist for young people that are progressive in nature, oftentimes there's not a lot of information and knowledge that exists amongst young people about those policies themselves. So just part of the work that we do is ensuring that young people are equipped with the information and knowledge they need to sort of navigate these policy systems, structures, and ensure that they have the information and capacity to sort of advocate for any kind of policy-related changes at the, national level, at the state level. So part of the work that we do is just making sure that those policies become accessible to young people, because implementation is often the issue even when progressive policies exist. So so that is the gap that we sort of try to address. The other part of it is, of course, making sure that the policies themselves are informed by experiences of young people, and making sure that young people are represented in these kind of policy spaces, in the rooms where these decisions are made about young people and about their lives. Just making sure that this is where we have the foot in the door, and representing all young people's unique experiences, diverse experience, and centering that. that is important. And I feel like this is the work that we continue to do, and hopefully this will sort of help us in keeping that balance intact. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have talked about climate justice and the need for us not to work in silos. We have talked about the need to emphasize equality, equity, and accountability, and need for more evidence so that our policies are informed by evidence. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you all. And now we will hear from the new commitment makers. Thank you very much.
We are delighted to host you all in our beautiful country. And as a first-time commitment maker to FP 2030, we are proud to join you all in this movement. Voluntary rights-based family planning is one of the most cost-effective investments a government can make, and it is a catalyst for more positive change. We are delighted to join this partnership and look forward to working together.
The new FP 2030 partnership represents a renewed opportunity to reach each and every beneficiary with a full range of high-quality family planning methods. India has committed to empower women and girls with the agency and ability to make informed decisions regarding their contraceptive choices. We are proud to be a part of this movement.
Government of Indonesia is committed continuing to deliver the quality of family planning services and reproductive health. ICFP is the focal point of the Indonesian government in the FP 2030 Forum will continue to fully support efforts to accelerate the implementation of every commitment contained in the FP 2030.
Bangladesh made significant progress through its FP 2020 commitment, particularly in sustaining domestic investment in family planning and reducing social and geographical disparity. In access to family planning, including people in humanitarian settings, we are proud to recommit to those efforts and continue to make progress in our country for rights-based family planning.
O governo de Moçambique comprometeu-se em aumentar o uso de métodos contraceptivos modernos em toda mulher em idade fértil em 9% até 2030, através da expansão do acesso aos serviços de planeamento familiar no pós-parto imediato e no pós-aborto. Estamos satisfeitos por fazer parte deste movimento global de planeamento familiar voluntário, baseado em direito.
Кыймылга кошулуңуздар. Биз бүгүн бул жерде үй бүлөнү пландоо боюнча консультациялык кеңештин жардамы менен өлкөнүн кызыктар тараптарын колдоону жана ведомстволор аралык кызматташуу аркылуу отчеттуулукка күчтүү басым жасоону камтыган Кыргыз Республикасынын үй бүлөнү пландоо 2030 боюнча милдеттемелери тууралуу жарыялоо үчүн келгенибизге биз ушул кыймылдын бир бөлүгү болгонубуз үчүн сыймыктанабыз.
The government of Malawi commits to ensuring universal access to and coverage of sexual and reproductive health and rights information and services. We are committed to addressing equity issues using rights-based approaches, and we plan to improve overall health systems. We are building a Malawi where everyone has the right to decide if, when, and whether to have a child. We recommit to achieve 60% modern contraceptive prevalence rate by 2030, up from 48.9% in 2020. Join the movement.
While many people today have talked about what we can do better, I'd like to take a moment to recognize how much progress has been made to date. So many in this room have every reason to be proud of the work in making family planning programs and policy better recognize human rights. In the 10 years since FP 2020 was founded, the number of family planning users has increased by 87 million. That's 87 million more people that are able to make decisions about their own lives, their education, and their livelihoods. 87 million more families that are able to stay healthy and build their own futures. In low and lower middle income countries, contraceptive prevalence among all women has increased from 31% to over 35% in the past decade. This means that 1 in 3 women of reproductive age is now choosing to use modern contraception. The sharpest growth has been in sub-Saharan Africa, but all regions have seen an increase. Same-sex marriage is now legal in 32 countries worldwide, reflecting changing gender norms and a move towards a less biased world. And although the pandemic threatened the progress of the family planning movement by straining supply chains and health systems globally, we've averted some of the worst outcomes, and providers added new telehealth options and other technologies. In many cases, making reproductive health care more accessible to more people than ever. Now I'd like to turn it over to 2 young people who are inheriting this movement and hitting the ground running. Andrea Del Rosario Gabriel Lopez, 13 years old, and Dolce Itzel Solis Montes, 17 years old, both from Mexico. They are peer educators in their communities, making sure young girls have the information they need to live full lives and live up their greatest potential. We are delighted to hear from them today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Mi nombre es Andrea del Rosario Gabriel López, vengo del municipio de Autlán de Navarro, Jalisco y tengo 13 años.
Mi nombre es Dulcitzel Solís Montes, soy de Zamora, Michoacán y tengo 17 años.
Mi mamá trabaja en el sector salud de Vectores y pues le comunicaron que estaba el grupo de promotores juveniles. Y le dije que me quería meter al grupo. Y fui a los cursos que me enseñaban sobre la sexualidad, las prevenciones. Pues así enseño a mis compañeros sobre la sexualidad, cómo no salir embarazada a temprana edad y sobre los métodos anticonceptivos.
En México las personas sí son muy cerradas y dicen, no, pues cómo les voy a explicar esto a mis hijos, y pues como que ponen esas trabas, esas barreras para poder enseñar. Mi experiencia como promotora, a mí me invitaron desde que yo tenía 11 años. Entonces no tuve problema en relacionarme con doctores que me dieran información verídica de hombres adolescentes, que igual a la farmacia de ¿cómo vas a comprar un condón? Todavía estás muy chico, y se los niegan, y realmente es algo que no deberían de negar.
Platiquen más con los jóvenes, porque los jóvenes piensan que los van a regañar, porque es normal saber sobre la sexualidad y que les digan que pues no están solos y que se acerquen a los centros de salud para saber sobre la sexualidad.
Más sin embargo, entre adolescentes es más fácil que se acerquen y ¿qué sabes tú? O ¿cómo lo sabes? Entonces yo como promotora, que tengo la información, que los puedo referir con toda la confianza y con la seguridad de que es algo que no se va a divulgar.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3. Welcome to this morning's session. My name is Rebecca Root. I'm a journalist. I'm lucky enough to be based in this beautiful country. I'm based in Bangkok, and I cover global health among a variety of other development issues. And I am so excited to be here today and to be joining this wonderful panel of women for our Women of Impact session. And I think if you're anything like me over the last 2 days, you've heard a lot about the progress that still needs to be made when we're talking about family planning, when we're talking about sexual and reproductive health and rights. We've talked a lot about, where there's a lag in finance, where there's a lag in action, where there's a lag in political will. And what's great about this session today is that we get to take a little moment of motivation, of inspiration, and we're going to hear from these inspiring women about the work that they're doing in this space that is having an impact, that is making progress. We're going to tap into their personal journeys, their experiences they're having, find out a little bit more about how they've overcome some of the challenges that there can be in this space, and hopefully take away some nuggets of advice. So yeah, let's get into it. I will quickly introduce our panelists. So right next to me, we've got Natalie Glebova. She is an author of 2 books, an entrepreneur, an energy coach, and a winner of 2005 Miss Universe. And her work involves encouraging others to become unstoppable forces by channeling winning energy, which is something I definitely want to hear about later. We've then got Lareb Abid, who's a lecturer, an activist, a trainer, an entrepreneur, and founder of the youth and women-led organization Mashal, which we'll also find out a little bit more about later. She's also the focal person for sexual reproductive health and rights in the Prime Minister's National Youth Council in Pakistan, and is a Gates Institute 120 under 40 family planning leader. And she's also developed Pakistan's first app of its kind, Bridge the Gap, which we'll also find out a little bit more about. We have then got Marie Ba. Sorry, Marie, I've lost your notes. Oh, here we go. Who is the Executive Director of the Ouagadougou Partnership Coordination Unit, and you're a leading advocate for women and families in the region, and I know that you do a lot in leading the unit's collaboration work with various stakeholders, so civil society organizations, ministries, all those other implementing partners. We've then got Bjørg Sandkjær, who's State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, and she has an extensive background in international development. She was previously the Deputy Leader of the Standing Committee on Health and Welfare of Oslo City Council. She's also held various roles with the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, with Gavi, with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the Church of Norway. And last but not least, Claire Mathunzi, who is currently the Deputy Executive Director for Advocacy in the Advocacy Accelerator, but is transitioning to CARE USA's Associate Vice President of Gender Justice. Congratulations. And she focuses on women's rights and gender equality. Her previous roles include being the Global Technical Advisor on Gender and Gender-Based Violence for the International HIV and AIDS Alliance. She's a founding member of the African Women's Rights Collective, was the co-chair of UK's DFID PPA Learning Group on Gender, was on the steering committee for Women for the Global Fund, and is chairperson of Access Chapter 2. Whew, what a lot of accolades. Well, thank you all so much for being here today, and it's an absolute honor to be here and to listen to your stories. So, Natalie, I want to come to you first. I could ask you a ton of questions about Miss Universe in general and your experience, but what I really want to know is how you're using that very unique platform to shine a light on some of the issues that we've been talking about here over the last few days.
Sure, thanks, Rebecca. Of course, Miss Universe is a global platform for women all around the world to speak about what's important to them. It's a wonderful way for young women to have a platform to voice their opinions, to bring out issues that are relevant in their communities and their countries. And as the winner of Miss Universe, I was lucky enough to be exposed to some of the world's most pressing issues. So every title holder has had the opportunity to speak about one of the most important issues globally. And in my year, it was actually HIV and AIDS awareness. So as a title holder, I got a privilege to go to India, to South Africa, to Russia, to Brazil, to some of these places where really the pandemic of HIV and AIDS really poses a massive problem. And what I really learned throughout my journey is that it's so important to give young people that awareness, to give them the education and give them an understanding of what is this all about, how do they prevent, how do they protect themselves, how do they use the contraceptive methods as well as protecting themselves from the virus. And so it's really important to just have those platforms for all the women in the pageants to be able to speak from their personal experiences. Because I got to see it firsthand in all of those countries, and it was really nice for me to be able to see it and understand it, to then speak about it. And now, as someone who's turned to be an author, I'm also using my platform to speak about these important issues, such as how to understand your body, especially for women, how to love your body, how to respect your body, and how to stop feeling guilt when it comes to your own body. And so using my platform as a public figure, obviously having a social media following, I'm able to reach out to many people to tell them it's okay to understand yourself and it's okay to explore yourself and so on.
Great. Well, you mentioned your social media following. I'm not going to lie, I did stalk you on Instagram. I saw that you do, in fact, have a huge following, and so do many other Miss Universes. So as you say, it is this great platform. You do have the ability to reach so many people. With that in mind, do you think there's more of a formal role that Miss Universes could be playing when it comes to advocating for issues such as family planning? You mentioned HIV, AIDS, and other issues.
Sure, and I think that we need to let go of the stigma associated with how much we can talk about these things on social media. Of course, we don't want to be graphic, we don't want to be offensive to anybody, but on social media, people are looking up to us as title holders to see how much can we be vulnerable to talk about our own experiences. And so through my books and through the social media, I'm hoping to shed a little bit of light on what is menstruation, right? What is true self-love when it comes to understanding and loving your body. And I think every former Miss Universe or current title holder or any woman who's competing on a pageant has that ability and that power to talk about her own issues when it comes to, when did she get her first period? How did the family react? How did it affect the relationship with her boyfriend, for example? If I can talk about from a personal experience, I actually had a friend who told me that her boyfriend didn't want to have sex with her during her period because he thought that he could get some kind of infection from it. And this is coming from a person who I would think would be very knowledgeable. He was a little bit older, but there's still so much misinformation and so many myths surrounding periods. And women who think that they are somehow impure or unclean because of that, we need to bust those myths 100%, because once you realize what it is, you realize that it's a beautiful natural process and you start to love yourself much more for it instead of feeling like you're not good enough, like you're not worthy enough of love, right? And so it's really important to be able to speak about these things. And for instance, I'm writing about that very scenario in my book, and I'm hoping to talk about that on social media as well, and maybe encourage young women to talk about what was it like when you first got your period.
And obviously this panel is called Women of Impact. Do you feel like you are having an impact?
Definitely, of course. As someone who is in a position right here with all of these incredible women, so accomplished and so wonderful, sitting on the stage, speaking about these important issues, I do believe that I have that impact to be able to encourage people to learn more, to understand themselves more, and to feel less guilt. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And yeah, absolutely. Deserves a round of applause. Larev, I want to come to you. You have accomplished so much, as Natalie said, everybody here on this panel has, but you've got Mathal, the organization, you've got this new app. Tell me about them both and the impact that they're having.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you for the lovely introduction. So, I actually founded Mushal back in 2014, a society where the independence of women is usually limited to the four walls of a home. I really wanted to empower women. So little did I know that after founding Mushal, few years later, I would receive a call from my friend. She was a close friend, and she said, Lareb, can you connect me to a gynecologist? I really wanted to know about the contraceptive methods. I was taken aback. Why? Because she was educated. Why? Because she had 2 kids already. So my first question to her, because she was a friend, was, why you didn't go to the hospital beforehand? And why you don't have that information while you have 2 kids? And the answer was that, if we go to ask for the contraceptives just after the marriage, it's a stigma. You should be planning a baby, she said. You shouldn't be asking for the contraceptives. Then I said, okay, you could have just called with the telehealth information. She said, where are the numbers? To be honest, I also didn't remember the number of the telehealth services. Then I said, okay, we have that gadget all the time in our hand. Why you didn't Google the information? She said, it's scattered. I don't know if it's relevant. So these 3 answers actually gave me food for thought. I did some research and I realized that there was not a single platform on Pakistan where you could see the contraceptives, the uses, the services, the information, the products, or the telehealth services. That's when Bridge the Gap was born and Mushal was reborn. Because I believe that tool, which I just developed out of a conversation, had an impact that I could never even imagine. So I developed the mobile application, Bridge the Gap. It has 3 main portions. The services are for free of cost, which are incorporated there. The information is available bilingual in Urdu as well as in English, and also in the audio version for the people who cannot read or write or those who are visually impaired. I just wanted to make it as interactive, as user-friendly as it can be. And then I also added the shop where you can buy over-the-counter products. So I just wanted somebody that if your friend is having issues or if they want to know about SRHR, I would simply say, okay, go to the Bridge the Gap application and you'll have it all, literally all, because the information was actually scattered. Talking about the impact, when I launched the application, it was a week before the COVID happened. And I remember talking to the government stakeholders and launching and telling them that how much digital interventions are important. And they were like, yeah, maybe, maybe not. And a week later, everything came online. So I remember women coming into my inboxes and telling me that, Lareb, can you tell me where this service happened? Can you tell me if abortion can actually happen? They were so scared that they didn't even call the services. So I've always trained young men and women across the country, and I always will, because that community interaction means a lot to me. So my impact was community, because I trained 10,000 young women and men in Pakistan, because men, we have to keep them along with it because of the agency. And then with the community, I interacted, I gave them the tools and services. The third impact was on the state level. So the Population Welfare Department started initiating the discussion that how much digital portals can have an impact. And then when I got into Prime Minister National Youth Council, that's when I started giving the policy recommendations. So from this one idea of mobile application, the app, the impact goes beyond the community. It went beyond the policies. And then I started representing in different forums like today, because of which people can see and acknowledge it. And then just last month, World Health Organization also put it on its learning portal. So for me, maybe this one idea was just a conversation we were having, but it went so long. Why? Because just as Natalie mentioned, we are so guilty to leave some things for our own body. We are so guilty to, even say no to something we want to. And that's what I want. I want to empower women, and I want women to feel that their body is their own.
And congratulations about it getting picked up on the WHO Learning Portal. I want to dig into that a little bit more and find out what kind of doors that will open for you and what it will mean in terms of scalability for the application.
Sure. So when WHO actually recognized the application, it has a long screening process where they go through the application, they see its making, its back-end stats, and also see what impact it has been holding. They also contacted the state departments that how it has been doing, how they're working with you, if you recommend that, or is it really the first time ever? So after all that screening process, they added the application in their learning portal. So I believe when the application or a platform is authentic, that's when the young people also feel like, okay, now there are no ifs and buts. Because an application or any portal or any intervention that you make for them should be authentic, free, and user-friendly. So it was free and user-friendly. But the authenticity came with acknowledgements like the State Department said, like UNFP recognized from Pakistan, like Population Innovation Fund recognized from Pakistan. And then WHO, when it has that, then the scalability is easier. We, as a youth-led organization, we always strive for, limited funding opportunities and, sustaining it for a long way. But the best part about this tool is that it is sustainable. Once the application and the digital portals are made, there's no huge cost on it. The only costing would be making people aware of it, asking them, training them, and taking more people on board. So that's why it has more scalability now and has more acknowledgement.
And do you feel like you're having an impact?
Yeah, I do feel like, because as I said, for me, my biggest win would not be an award. For me, my biggest win would be that even if a single person changes mind or is able to have that information that she or he really wanted, that would be a big win for me. And when women came to my inbox, even if they're not in the public, and they told me that, yes, Lareb, okay, can I suggest this to my friend who's getting married? When a woman came to me, Lareb, I have 2 kids, and I know, I don't want to blame them, but my life has been something which I never wanted because I was not ready. Can I join hands with you? I still have those messages. I just feel like maybe I want to show them, but I know they are very close to my heart. And for me, that's an impact.
And Marie, over to you. I know that the partnership has had a really big presence here. Seen it in the exhibition hall. You've had plenty of speakers on stages and stuff. But for people that aren't familiar with the work that you do, what can you tell us?
Sure. So the Ouagadougou partnership started about 11 years ago, in 2011. From this, with the objective of repositioning family planning in Francophone West Africa. And the premises was that this is a region where you had some of the worst indicators in terms of maternal and child health, in terms of contraceptive prevalence rates, so use of contraception, and knowing that family planning reduces maternal and child mortality by 30%. And so a group of donors and these 9 West African Francophone countries came together to see how to, 1, reposition family planning, and then 2, accelerate some of the progress that we started seeing. And we're very proud and very honored because it's been very successful up until this point. We've started seeing a plateau because we've reached out to a lot of women. And so our objective, our main objective, is to bring in additional women users of modern contraception. So our objective was about 1 million for the first phase and then 2.2 million additional. We were able to surpass that and get to almost 4 million. And our objective for 2030 is to bring in 6.5 additional women users of modern methods of contraception.
It's amazing. Yeah. And what about your own personal journey? How did you get into this sector and this type of work?
So it was almost by accident. I was born and raised in Senegal and studied in the US. And when it came time to look for employment, obviously I was interested in anything international development because of where I was coming from. And that's where I knew that I needed to be passionate about my work, and international development is really what I was interested in. And I ended up applying for a position at Population Services International at the time, and dealing with some of these issues, and then being able to travel also in the field. It's very different when you grow up in a place and then when you travel there to actually go see projects in health centers. And I think what I saw was I wouldn't say traumatic, but was one more reason where I thought I knew this was exactly the niche that I wanted to work on, and being able to have an impact on women. So that is about my journey. And so I've been director for the Ouagadougou Partnership for about 3 years, and I've had mentors before that are women, and we can talk about that a little later, but who really helped me come into this position.
Yeah, and just picking up what you said there about mentorship, you know, youth has been a big theme of this conference. I know you yourself are a champion for youth. How does the partnership engage with young people and make sure that they are really at the table when it comes to some of this action, some of these decisions?
One of the main stakeholders in the partnership, so you have the group of donors, or as resource partners, someone has pointed maybe in this new realm of decolonizing global health, we should call them resource partners, and you have the 9 countries and working with the government, but one major stakeholder is civil society. And so in the beginning, they've been involved since the premises of the partnership. And I think the idea, and we thought that organically, youth being part of civil society would have a voice. And that didn't come as naturally as we thought it would. So we had to diligently being intentional, starting in 2015, 2016, really bringing out voices from the youth. So really separating civil society and youth, and then trying to bring them together later on. But we really wanted to make sure that youth weren't just completely overwhelmed by the civil society. And so we developed a strategy that is specifically geared towards youth, not only for youth as agents of change, because we tended to look at them up until a certain point as just beneficiaries. So we needed to go to health centers and they needed to have quality access, but it's not just about that. It's also about how they're able to influence policies. So giving them the tools and the means to actually sit around the table, to be able to have a conversation, a discussion, and a discourse with policymakers, to be able to handle their own and have arguments, also have evidence in hand about disaggregated data for youth, about the use of contraception, about their access to family planning services, and so their employability as well. That is one comment that we heard very much from youth when we were doing this consultation in 2017, 2018, is that a lot of them felt like they were being used in terms of writing messages and then coming to conferences, being able to be advocates, and then going back home and then not hearing from these organizations anymore. And that's really a model that we want to step away from. So to us, one way to do that is to ensure they're employable after they do all of these conference gigs, or that they're able to attend certain trainings, that we don't lose them to other. We've had some of them, for example, go into opening restaurants because they just needed a job. At some point, you need a salary. This volunteer work, it works for a little when you're in school, but then at some point you need to make a living. And so in our strategy, we're being intentional about not only hiring them for their time, because they're being consulted very often, but as volunteers, and they get a little stipend for coming in. Thank you, here's transportation, you can go back. But we really want to make sure that we go above and beyond those stipends, and actually that they can make a living and having an impact. And that's how we think it's going to be not only sustainable, but you're going to have new generation of leaders who are going to be worried about women's rights and gender equality.
No, I love that. I think that too often it's just about that tokenistic inclusion with very little follow through. So it's great to hear that your organization is thinking about how to kind of create those partnerships far after a conference like this. So that's amazing. Do you feel like you're having an impact?
I do. It depends on the days. There are days where you feel overwhelmed with all the bureaucracy, but to be honest and to be fair, anytime people ask me what I'm doing, when I speak with people who are in the field, it's very different than when people outside are asking me questions about what I do. And again, it's going back to these field trips that we were having in health centers in urban areas, but also in rural areas where you would have 16, 17-year-olds pregnant with a small baby, on her arm, and a toddler just following her around, and just seeing how overwhelmed she was being in the health center, coming for visits, and just knowing that you can have an impact on that person, her family, and then her entire community. Because if she's able to not only space those births, but choose when and how and where to get pregnant, then she has more opportunities, economic opportunities. And that's something I really want to be able to pass on, because I feel like I've been fortunate enough and privileged enough not only to be able to have an education. My father was adamant that, especially for his daughters, my brother, he wasn't as worried that he was going to make it, but his daughters, my sister and I, he really wanted to make sure that we had the proper education. My sister, for example, couldn't get married until she got not only her master's degree, but then got a paying job where she would be in a relationship and she would be independent. So I felt like I was privileged enough to have that, and again, to have mentors. And it's funny enough that my 3 mentors have been women, very tough women. And so I think that's how I got to this point, and the biggest impact I think I can have is to pay it forward to young women and young girls, and be in a world where they can also have opportunities, whether they're in a remote village or whether they're in a big city. And having access to contraception, I think, is one of the major and the best ways for them to have access to those opportunities.
And I just want to pick up there what you said about mentorship, because I feel like that is a term that is bandied about often in this sector with the best meaning. You know, everybody wants to be a mentor and have a mentor, but sometimes that doesn't actually translate into practical steps. What do you do to make sure that you are being an effective mentor and paying it forward in that way? Just because there might be people here that want to do that but don't have the guidance on how to do it practically.
And I think that's to me it's about sorority, and I think that's, especially in Francophone West Africa, that's something we're not as organized as we should be. I've been in other symposium from like Southern Africa where they're a lot more organized and have a lot more forums for pairing these sorts of opportunities of mentee and mentors. So for now, how we've been doing it is more so in the work realm that we are in. So even within our office, making sure that we're coaching the young leaders and the OPC youth leads that are in our office. I think most of you saw Ren, who was at the opening ceremony and gave this very vibrant speech. So it's been within work and not so much, and I think that's what's missing, because there's mentorship and guidance when it comes to work, but also personal life. I think there's so many questions about leadership that young women have that we're not doing well enough. But for now, I've been making sure that anytime I've had an opportunity to mentor one-on-one, whether it's about presence, about how you speak, about how you carry yourself, coming in on time, and all these leadership skills that are soft skills that you're not taught. You go to school and you get educated and you know how to make a PowerPoint and you know how to make certain points come across, but there's so much more when it comes to leadership, and that's really where I want to put the focus in the relationship that I have with some of my mentees.
Great, thank you for sharing that. And Bureau, coming to you, you're coming to this panel from a slightly different background. You're, as a governmental role, you're potentially at some of these tables where decisions are being made. You have some of that power. How are you using it to advance family planning and access to sexual health and reproductive services?
It's true, and it's interesting to come from a place of activism to then having that seat at the table. We try to use it, being in politics and governance is a process, right? There's a long, long story behind every decision that's made. There are a lot of checks and balances. There are negotiations, and there may be tough negotiations sometimes about how to set priorities. So I think I was asked to come into this role that I have now because of my background in global health and because of my strong passion and commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights. And so I was asked to be there and to push and to be that, I think, strong voice together with other colleagues in government to make sure, for example, that Norway remains a strong voice for women's rights, for people's sexual reproductive health and rights. How do we use it? We try to be present in arenas and discussions and meeting places like this, which are the global stages where we meet in conferences, but we also need to be present as Norway at the country level, in UN spaces. I've talked a lot during this conference about the anti-rights movement. So in some of the spaces that we are in, both in the United Nations at the global level, but also at the local level, there are very strong powers and forces that would like to deny us our rights and that would like to go against gender equality. And then, so one of the differences that I think, I can make and the country that I represent can make is to be a very strong force against, against those who want to take away our rights.
And can you set the scene for us a little bit in your country? what is it like in terms of access to family planning? Are there other lessons that we can learn that could be transferred elsewhere?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I think people think of Norway as a country which is, I don't know, so-called well-developed, wealthy country. We have, we always score very highly on the Human Development Index and on gender equality indices. But only 50 years ago, the situation was very different. 50 years ago, you'd find, if you come to Norway, you'd find a country that was very gender unequal. Where, for example, the majority of women were not in formal employment. And now the situation is very different. And I think what's important is to understand that that didn't just happen. It came about as a result of struggle and fighting and organizing, and in particular the women's movement and feminist movements getting organized and pushing for that change to happen. Because those power shifts that have happened in the Norwegian society, they don't come about just on their own. And I think every woman on this panel, is pushing for those changes in their context, and it's very impressive, and it's the same in the Norwegian context. So we have to keep fighting.
And do you still have priorities and goals that you're pushing for in Norway to kind of keep on improving the situation?
Oh, absolutely. We are not quite there yet. One area where we still have a way to go is to have more women in business leadership. So we're very strong on women in political leadership. Half of the ministers in our current cabinet are women. There's a strong female presence in parliament. So we're quite strong on the public area, but in private businesses and in that corporate space, we still have a way to go.
Great. And do you feel like you're having an impact?
I do. But I'm also part of a team. So I think, I can be part of that government space and push for these issues. But in the end, the impact that I can have is through the impact that Norway can have, the Norwegian government can have in terms of providing funding or having a strong political voice. And I feel like I'm part of a team that's making an impact.
Great, thank you. And finally, Claire, coming to you. As we know from your introduction, you've held a multitude of roles in this sector. Tell us a little bit about your journey and what your experience has been like so far working in this space.
So my background, I came into development work through my academic career, and as a feminist and gender practitioner, entered into the space very much as a technocrat, but as Marie has spoken to, supported by incredible women in the feminist movement who opened doors not only in professional spaces, but also in movements. And so I was able to build a career working in slums and townships of South Africa to today leading an ecosystem strengthening organization that measures how change happens in the global South and in Africa. But there are many steps to that, and a big part of my professional career has been shaped and honed by my involvement and proud membership of feminist movements. I continue to serve outside of my formal work, which enables me to stay connected to principles and ideologies that are key to why I believe a feminist world is better for everyone, and not just for women, girls, and non-binary people.
And what about the specific challenges that you come up against in your work? What are they, and how do you overcome them?
I'll talk about currently being part of the Advocacy Accelerator. We grew out of a powerful process that involved the Hewlett Foundation and the Gates Foundation that really asked the question, if we're going to shift power, we're going to need African or Global South entities to occupy spaces to support, in this case, how change happens. And it was seen as part of this thinking of family planning being key to gender equality, but having an entity that was able to support from an intersectional perspective. So coming into that role and working now, it is extremely difficult for Global South entities, and in our case that are women-led, that are feminist, to be recognized and to have the same credence that entities in the global north have. So we are not seen as technical experts because we are based in the global south. Now there is an effort to shift that, and I think there have been many strides to do so. So difficulties in my work, one, is always having to justify that we are as capable and as educated and have the technical ability as entities in the global south. And then there is also something about driving change from an intersectional perspective, because there are dynamics in the advocacy ecosystem that are unequal and are not just north-south. And so how do you break silos between sectors? How do you ensure that intersectionality is seen as a key step of advocacy? Many organizations operate and work on a single narrative, and they exclude. And so that's another issue. And then another one would also be how we deal with power dynamics within the advocacy hierarchy itself. So we work a lot with grassroots advocacy systems and networks. We work with minoritized groups. There is an inequality between INGOs and CBOs. And how do we get to a place where there's an understanding of movement coverage and inclusion? So being in the front lines of having an extremely aspirational and powerful mission and vision about driving locally driven advocacy comes with dealing with the dynamics of a development system that works on in a colonial framework, as well as being a key pillar of neo-capitalism and the way the global economic system works. So also dealing with facts of strategic interests trumping human rights, and always having to navigate that. So those would be big challenges we face, and I face at the moment.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And I think it's interesting what you're saying, because you talk about breaking down these silos, shifting the power. Localization is such a big topic, and you come to conferences and spaces like this, and everybody is talking about it. But do you see that situation getting any better? Is that shift of power happening, and that kind of, putting the power more into these locally led advocacy groups?
I would say yes and no. On the no side, 80% of writing on decolonization comes from the global north, 20% comes from the global south. If you see the gatherings and the conversations, there's very little representation and involvement of the global south. So I think there is something that we need to do about inclusion and participation in the discussions. And for me, taking it a step further, and it was said at a session, a pre-conference we did on shifting power, that it's not about only the global south or only the global north, it's an and. And it's about what is a development system, and if that is even the right word, what is it that the world needs in light of where we have come from and in light of this anti-gender movement we see, because there are power organizes differently, and it has, and we see new neoconservative alliances across the world. How do we tackle that? And is it, what is that system? So taking it a bit further, on the yes, incredible allies in the global north and in the global south. As civil society, we tend to put a lot of pressure on the one person we know within a development agency and think they can shift an entire institution. But we are in spaces, we are having conversations. There are shifts in funding models which are driven by an understanding within key power holders within the system we're trying to shift and change. So we've got a long way to go, and it's more than having these words at conferences, or I deeply believe having a statement where people sign on. We've got to do deeper, more insightful work, because the exclusion and hegemonies of power we're trying to disrupt are able to organize differently, and they maintain and hold power. So we've got to be serious about that agenda, and coming from an ecosystem strengthening organization, the support of organizations who do this kind of work is extremely important.
And given the work you do you feel like you're having an impact in this arena?
When I was invited to the panel and I saw that word, I struggled as an African feminist to think, so am I having impact? And listening to these wonderful voices on the panel, I feel yes, but I feel yes because of what I'm able to do in my professional life, and then also my service. I serve on African feminist and South feminist boards. I believe in strong African feminist institutions. I believe that the agenda for African women's rights needs to be set in Africa and not in offices in the global north. And being part of those processes, I would say yes. And then being part of the leadership of a feminist organization, the principles and what we've brought to advocacy, the non-negotiable of intersectionality, I would cautiously say yes, but constantly reflecting on that.
And I'm glad you were so honest there, because when I thought about the title of this panel, Women of Impact, I thought it would be really interesting to ask everybody here, do you feel like you're having impact? Because I feel like oftentimes as women it can be easy to say, well, yeah, kind of, I don't know. It's kind of, it doesn't sit right to claim, yes, I'm working in this space and I'm having an impact. So I'm really pleased that you shared that it is a kind of a struggle to say that. But thank you everyone else for being totally honest as well. I think it is, you are having impact. You're on this stage, you're here today. I think that is a testimony to the work that you're doing. So thank you very much. But with that in mind, and through all of your various experiences, I'd love to know a little bit about the advice that you might have for others working in this space who want to have the same level of impact and who want to be part of real progress. And so Natalie, I'll come to you first and ask for your advice.
Is this advice for young people out there, or is it advice for people who are working in the space, like people at this conference?
Yeah, people in this space. There is a large contingency of youth, so if you have specific pieces of advice for them, that would be great. But yeah, generally people who are working in the family planning space and in SRHR.
Right. Definitely to the youth of today, I want to just say, you have so much information available to you at your fingertips, which I didn't have growing up myself. And now with incredible technologies such as the incredible Bridge the Gap application, and just being able to go online and find resources to educate yourself, to teach yourself about your body, about your anatomy, about the female cycles, all of that is available and at the fingertips. So my advice to the youth is, go out there, ask questions, search for that information, speak to your mentors, speak to the people who are knowledgeable. Don't be afraid to ask those questions. And for everyone else who is working in this space as well, I would like to see more people sharing their personal stories, because it's through the stories that we really can relate to one another. And everyone here has a great story to tell. And just because I'm sitting here on the panel talking about my stories doesn't mean that everyone else cannot tell their stories, because now we do have that opportunity through social media. So educate yourselves, tell your story, don't be afraid to speak up.
Great, thank you. And I know that you've got your work as a coach, your books are on personal empowerment as well. How does the work that you do in that space kind of relate to the context and the conversations that we're having here?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the work that I am doing is around empowering women to truly love themselves. And the love for yourself doesn't just come from, taking care of yourself physically, but also mentally and spiritually, energetically. And what I really try to get all of my clients and all of the women that I work with to understand is that self-love really happens from self-awareness, self-care, and self-development. So these are the three pillars of self-love. And how it relates is just, again, awareness, right? Understanding yourself, understanding your own body, understanding your own cycles, and even learning. We were having a conversation earlier. I was saying that one of the women that works for me, she didn't understand why she was having a period. She didn't understand what was happening, and she thought that it was something impure and unnatural. And she didn't understand how it relates to actually reproductive organs. And in fact, she comes from a very small village in Nepal, and in her family, in her community, in the culture, a woman who just gets her first menstruation needs to spend that period of time outside of the house, and men are not allowed to touch her. So brothers, fathers, they're not allowed to touch her. And so she felt really bad about herself. She felt unworthy. She felt like she was not really loved. And when I told her that, do you actually even understand what is happening in your body when you're menstruating? She said, no, I don't understand. I don't know why it's there, why I'm having it. And when I explained it to her, that sense of empowerment that she got to understand that, oh, it's because I can actually have children. That was that incredible moment of realization and incredible moment of self-awareness that will then lead to self-love. So this is the kind of work that I do, and I'm writing about that in my books, and I'm hoping that as more people read the stories that I'm sharing through my blogs and through my books, they will start to understand that how beautiful they are and how important they are, and how wonderful it is to be empowered by knowledge and by that self-love.
Absolutely, it's that knowledge is power dynamic. So absolutely, thank you. And Lareb, I want to come to you and ask specifically your advice for young women, because you've achieved so much at such a young age. And I know not everybody, well, some people might be sitting here thinking, I can't start an app, I can't start an organization. So what would your advice be for them?
So for that answer, I would like to share an incident. So I was at a marginalized community and I was training young women. So one of them came up to me and she said, can I take a picture of yours? Because I want to show this to my parents that, there is a woman who is representing us abroad. She is studying abroad. So it's fine for us too. That gave me goosebumps, because I do know that a lot of women who have the talent yet cannot go abroad, they yet cannot study just because of the stigmas. So I said yes, and she asked me how, and that's why we need more women leaders as an example for them to show. So she also asked me, how should I convince them to, let me work and, let me put on my ideas and work in my professional life as well. And one thing I told her, that you can continue showing them the examples, you can continue convincing them, showing them the positive side of it. But one thing that's for sure is going to happen, that the change that you can for sure make is to bring a change in your future generation. If you can maybe do that things for your kids that you were not yourself unable to do, even after all these efforts, that is something you can do, because I have seen that cycle that keeps going on and on. People know what's wrong, but those norms are so much normalized that we need to break that chain. That is really important. For all the young women out there, especially in those societies where people tell us that you need to learn cooking and you just want to get married and have kids and that's your life and this is how you're supposed to be living, my message to them is to just be yourself, just do what you want to do. Because even my grandmom asked my mom to leave all the property rights not to study. But she was the one who started that chain, and that chain has came on me, which had a greater impact. So I believe that if you continue doing that, the impact is huge. So just be yourself, just keep on going, and do work on the ideas that you have. Never feel like that's a small idea. I remember that when I started working, of course, it was just out of the conversation. So to be honest, I didn't know it will go this long. But yes, I do have that in my mind. Okay, so there are so many bigger organizations. Should I go for this application or should I ask somebody else? Should I give my idea to some, state departments, or should I lead this? Because there's this organization, there's XYZ who is doing this. I won't be able to compete with them. But today, when I have this mark, and this is the only application which is recognized and is at the state level, and people are replicating in terms of its idea on the state level, I believe anything can happen. So a small idea can be a game changer. The only point is just to keep going. There would be so many hurdles, there would be so many taboos, there would be so many stigmas on you, but then let people say they are not paying your bills.
Great, thank you. I did say this session would be motivating, and I think that's a perfect example right there of a bit of motivation, so thank you. And Marie, coming to you throughout your journey, the experience you've had, what lessons have you learned that might be useful for others?
I know this panel is called Women of Impact, and there's always this tendency to think that it has to be strong women who always knew what they wanted, always had a purpose, and it's we probably all have one, but I remember a time where I was still in, I had already graduated high school, I was in college, I was studying economics, I did not like it, I did not know what to do with my life, and so it's just, my piece of advice would be to take the time to figure out, to have conversations with as many people as possible, and then the other piece of advice is, as women, we tend to think that to have this gender lens, you need to be working in SRHR, in women's rights, in gender equity, gender justice. But I think if we try to apply this gender lens to absolutely everything we do in our professional life or in our personal life, it makes such a small impact that can grow and grow. And so that would be my piece of advice, to just never discount the power of impact when we apply a gender lens. It also changes our communities. We tend to think of communities as rural areas, and that's not the case. Even within our environment, I think there's so much change we can bring about just thinking about applying this gender lens to almost anything we do. So it's my two pieces of advice would be that it's not, being this strong women, advocates doesn't come always naturally, so to take the time to figure that out and figure out the niche, and then also being able to be agents of change in our own environments, in our own communities.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing. And Björk, what about yourself? Because again, like I mentioned, you've got this, different roles to ones that you've previously had. Do you have any advice there for where you've managed to have that impact and how you've navigated that journey?
Yes, thanks. And listening to the other examples here is very inspiring, and what Marie said just resonated with my experience. So I sort of fell into the world of sexual reproductive health and rights because I, by accident, chance and luck, became a youth delegate at the ICPD in Cairo in '94 for the World Council of Churches. I was I was active in my church. There was this application form that was circulated to apply to become a youth delegate. And I applied, and I went, and it changed my life. It has really ignited that passion for the questions that we're talking about, for gender equality, for gender justice, for reproductive justice. And so one piece of advice would be, take those opportunities. When if they pass by, don't be shy or think that, oh, I'm not good enough, or I'm not, I can't do this. Grab it, use it. And the other piece of advice, if any, maybe two of them. One was Marie mentioned mentorship, and I think it's important to ask for advice. Ask people, if you see people who say something interesting, or you have them in your community, ask them. People usually like being asked to share their experience. And one final point, I don't know if I dare say it, but I'll do it anyway. I was thinking back to the green room, so the waiting area before the opening ceremony. So some of us were just chatting about, well, how did we come to the positions that we are now? And there were 4 of us in this conversation, and clearly the other 3, extremely accomplished people, otherwise they wouldn't be in that space. And neither of us ever had a plan. We never had a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan, but a direction and a passion and a drive. But with the flexibility to take opportunities as they come, and not say, well, you know, I have this plan, I can't be derailed by this amazing opportunity here. And I think, and I hope that doesn't upset all those who think it's important to have those kinds of plans and goals. But I think use the opportunities that come, ask for advice, and well, I don't know if it's an advice not to plan too hard, but be flexible.
Yeah, no, I think that's great advice, because, you know, so many people have plans, so many people don't, and then they worry that they don't, or those that do think they've planned too much. So I think it's great to have that advice, have that flexibility. And I just want to pick up on what you said about being a youth delegate all those years ago, and touching upon what Marie said about creating that engagement beyond a moment like that. From that experience, do you have, any advice for others on how to sustain that engagement, so that in a number of years' time, a youth delegate today could be in a position like you are, and on a stage like this, and talking about their experience in government?
It was interesting when Marie talked about how some experiences of youth delegates is that you've had this amazing experience and you go back home and you're not really followed up. So what I was lucky to be part of an organization that when I came back from having had that amazing experience, I had spaces where I could share it and build alliances. Now, I don't think any of us, certainly not myself, we didn't come here on our own. So my advice would be to link up with others and to organize, and to keep, driving those issues that you're passionate about.
Great, thank you. And Claire, yourself, from your experiences and the different roles that you've had, what are your key pieces of advice?
I think I most likely will reiterate the points that have been made by the other speakers. The first one is always interrogate power and privilege. If you are here, if you are watching online, and you have access to Wi-Fi or a phone, that is privilege. And it's important that we're constantly reflecting on power up and power down, and especially for those of us who work in this space, for want of a better word, development or humanitarian, it is about ensuring that you are creating space for others. I'm very aware in my role how far I am from the work that is done on the ground. I'm very far from the impact. I'm strategic. And so always thinking deeply about how I make space and acknowledge the work that is done by those who are invisible, because there are many invisible actors and people and stakeholders in this environment who never get recognized. And that always reminds me to be very humble and to have a humility, as Marie was saying. My second point would be demographics do not mean that you're progressive. So we always have to be curious. We always have to learn. We always have to think. We operate in an environment where it's easier because of scale to work across demographics, but we also know, as much as there are many progressive young people, there are also many conservative young people who are driving conservative agendas. So important for us to think beyond these boxes and the single narrative that people are put into. I will also encourage people to remember that it is about choice. We are free peoples. The work we do is not to ensure that people have lives that look like us. It's about lives that they know that they want for themselves, and they're the best people to articulate what it is that is best for them. And lastly, or second, is that we need to be we have to be disruptors. And I have joy in my work. We have young people who tell us, we're not organizations, I'm an office on the move, my office is in my backpack. We don't need a desk and, you know, and we think of development of systems. Do you have a finance officer and all these things? But you have young people who are saying we're going to do this differently, and we have to allow for that. And that kind of thinking must be supported as opposed to shut down. And I think a lot of the same sentiment has been said of, you know, follow your heart, follow your ideas, go for it, because that's how we're going to change. And then lastly, solidarity and action. There's so much we have to do to support invisible and the last mile or those left behind. And as I came to this meeting, I was in a session with healthcare providers who were trying to convince me that it was okay for them not to provide services to trans people, which I'm still confused by. But coming from advocacy, and you talked about the anti-rights movement, we don't use that word because they are advocating for what they see as their rights. And we have to use all tactics that are available to us, and they've been effective. So what is it that they're doing that we need to do more of? Because we're holding space. So, you know, solidarity and understanding other issues, bringing an intersectional lens to what we do, expanding it beyond the, you know, the square that we are in is really critical, and those would be my points of advice.
Thank you very much. Yeah, all great ones. I hope someone's written those all down. But finally, I want to ask Natalie, having heard all of our panelists, what they've had to say, what would be your key message or your key takeaway for people at this conference today?
I think that already everyone who's here is doing their part, and they should be very proud of themselves for contributing to this wonderful global movement that we're having. And as the world gets more diverse and inclusive and tolerant, I think that we are all here to be the voices of that diversity. And just wanted to say a big congratulations to everybody who's here doing their part, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. And Lareb, what about for you? Is there something that you're taking home or something new or different that you've learned while you've been here the last few days?
So last week has been an amazing journey. I was here for the training of trainers by Gates Institute, because I'm the leader for Gates Institute as well. I think I learned a lot even when I'm training. I learn a lot when I am in the panel from the co-panelists. I learn a lot when I'm networking them, even if it's the exhibition area. So for me, it's always something that I take back home, the application idea, although it came from my friend. But I remember when I attended ICFP 2018, I was going from booth to booth, and that was also something that was getting in my mind, right? So when I had that conversation, maybe this also played a huge role. So I believe such platforms are the great access to opportunities, to networks, and some learnings that you cannot do being, you know, surrounded by the same environment. So for me, such platforms play a huge role when I get to know a lot about different cultures, their solutions, their problems, because as she said, at the end of the day, we do need solidarity and action, because that's when we can make a change collectively. So again, congratulations to everyone who's here, and play your part with like the best as you can, and let's hope for the best.
Great, thank you. And Marie, what about yourself? Is there anything that you're taking away from the last few days?
I would say just to be more mindful, to be as inclusive as possible, and reaching out and bridging gaps with, I know at least for our partnership, we're very focused on Francophone West Africa, and so it's always the donors, civil society, government stakeholders, but I think there's so many bridges that we can build outside of SRHR with women economic empowerment, economic justice for women, and all these other bridges, maintaining girls in schools and education, because we know education has a huge impact on family planning and uptake of sexual reproductive health as well as rights. So my main takeaway would be for us as a partnership to build those bridges and be able to reach out to those other partnerships who are doing incredible work and that have, whether they intend or not, an impact on sexual reproductive health and rights.
And can I just ask, as someone who's been in this space for a little while, do you ever feel demotivated given the challenging nature of the work? And if you do, how do you kind of pick yourself up again and kind of apply yourself?
I think the last time that has happened is, it usually happens to me when we're dealing with this agenda of decolonizing global health. Like I said, I was born and raised in Senegal and then studied in the US, got my first job working in the US and working on those family planning issues. And just seeing the power dynamics at times was just so demotivating. It really felt like a big business. And at times I still feel that way, to be honest, a lot less than I used to. And I remember having conversations with my sister who was working at USAID at the time and my cousins who were working in international organizations. So I feel when I've been confronted with those obstacles is when I've been the most demotivated. But again, anytime you go back to the source and anytime you go back to the field and actually see the impact, even though you feel like we could be much more productive and effective in terms of the impact that we have, but I think we also have to accept and understand that it's a journey. And that it's actually going to take time to get to that point where we are as effective as we want to be, and that there's equal footing for the global north, the global south. I never know if that's how we're supposed to, I've heard not to use global south, not to use sub-Saharan Africa. So it's this whole dialogue and dynamic, but those are usually when I've felt the most demotivated. But even having these conversations, because I don't think we were having them 5-10 years ago. So it's a step in the right direction to start with those conversations. And as Claire has said, it's still 80% of the global north having those conversations versus 20%. So it's still not the right balance that we want, but at least having started those conversations, that journey, and then trying to turn that into action, I think is another source of motivation for me to be in this field.
Great, thank you. And Björg, as a woman of impact, what's your call to action?
Those words, solidarity in action, really stuck with me. So, as well as those conversations that we've been having about partnerships. Now, coming from that traditional, donor role, it is important that we interrogate the roles that we have and how we construct our partnerships. I believe it's important that we have those partnerships. It's incredibly inspiring to be here and to experience that partnership with everyone that's here, but also to go to discuss some of the challenges that we see at the global level with the pushback, and then go to communities and see that people find those creative solutions. So I think we all have to, everyone here is in a position of power, and it is important, and you mentioned humility, Marie, and Claire has been talking about this as well, that we need to always remember the communities that we try to partner with to achieve that justice that we are looking for. So to keep interrogating that and to keep remembering why we are here and that we are here to try to support those movements that create that real impact at the community level and in people's lives.
And how do you stay motivated when things can be challenging?
Things can certainly be challenging. Sometimes, a challenge can motivate even more because it makes you angry. So sometimes in the UN, when I hear some statements, I keep referring to that because I've been to a few meetings lately where, certain delegates will stand up and say, well, when we voted for this text here, but it says gender, but our understanding of gender is, very specific. It's linked to biology. There are only 2 women and men and so on. I mean, that sort of disregard for people's lives, it's provoking, and that can actually inspire even more action. You think, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try to fix this.
That's great. Yeah, definitely to turn the negative into a positive. That's wonderful. And Claire, finally, as a woman of impact, what is your call to action?
First, my takeaway is going to be a wow. I have thoroughly enjoyed this space. It's changed over time. It's a scientific conference, but there has been efforts to shift the narrative and inclusion, and the diversity is amazing. The posters are amazing. The sessions are amazing. So a lot to think about, and there is an amazing fabric of people committed to this issue that has inspired me, that I'm going to take. And I know majority are not here, because you had to pay $500 or $650 to be here, and then fly to Thailand. So I'm extremely inspired. My call to action is we can't deal with sexual reproductive health and rights without dealing with gender equality. And there's a lot of programming that medicalizes the issue. It's seen as, and we take away the social realities around it. So my call to action is that we need to equally invest in strategies and approaches that drive gender equality alongside with sexual reproductive health and rights, because that is the cornerstone. So that would be my call to action, and investing in feminist and women's rights organizations, many of whom do incredible work when it comes to SRJ, family planning, SRHR, but they're not here, and there's something fundamentally different in ideology and approach that we need to fix. We've got to come together because the world needs solutions.
Absolutely, thank you. And I know you said your takeaway was wow, and that is exactly my reaction to this panel. I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to be here, for sharing your experiences, and for being so candid. And thank you all for joining our discussion today. I hope you found it very helpful. And yeah, thank you once again.
Okay, thank you all for joining us and welcome to this session. Thank you for joining. Standing up for abortion rights in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade, a call to action. During this session, we're going to hear from a range of partners from countries around the world about their experiences and perspectives on how we're all standing together for sexual and reproductive health and rights for everyone, everywhere. My name is Beth Schlachter, and I am the Interim Director of Global Advocacy and the U.S. Representative for the International Planned Parenthood Federation, IPPF. I want to start by thanking and acknowledging the Gates Institute for opening the ICFP platform for this important discussion and inviting us to be here together to rally for abortion rights. The session was co-organized and is co-hosted by a consortium of partners, including MSI, PSI, Pathfinder, DKT, and IPAS, and we are in partnership today because we're all working for a common cause. We all know and have experienced that across the globe, hard-won human rights are under threat by a radical right insurgency, a coalition of well-resourced, ultra-conservative, far-right actors working strategically and steadily to roll back progress on gender equality and sexual and reproductive health and rights, which we know also includes a desire to deny people access to contraception. They endeavor to deprive children and young people of education about sex, intimate relationships, pleasure, their own identity, their own sexual identity and positive sexuality, and protecting themselves from harm. They attack LGBTQI rights. They work to prevent and ban access to sexual and reproductive health care, again, including contraception and abortion. And ultimately, they seek to stifle the potential of women, girls, and young people, and those of diverse sexual identities, diverse sexualities and gender identities. This opposition coalition unites an array of actors from religious, fundamentalists, and right-wing populists to conservative media, white supremacists, Christian nationalists in the United States, and through Russian oligarchs and other dark and powerful business interests globally. Their carefully conceived and well-funded strategies have been successful at generating or ramping up sentiment in local communities who are at heart concerned about their futures and the safety and well-being of their children. But they're swayed by persuasive disinformation tactics as to how this can best be achieved. It's a movement that's making headway with devastating consequences for all women and girls living across the world, including in the US and in Europe. And now, buoyed by the US Supreme Court decision to reverse the Roe v. Wade law and to repeal 50 years of a constitutionally protected right to abortion for all women and people in the United States, we see a swift acceleration into Africa and Asia, where the effects can knock out decades of investment in family planning, safe abortion, and the empowerment of girls and young people. Make no mistake, this attack on sexual and reproductive health and rights and gender identity is an astute political strategy by populist leaders in their journey toward autocracy. They stoke and then leverage public sentiment on sexual and reproductive health and rights to clamp down on civil society. They design or condone policies and actions that stifle media freedom. They limit the right to freedom of assembly, as we're seeing today with tragic consequences for our sisters fighting for freedom of expression and other freedoms in Iran. And they put the safety and security of service providers and human rights defenders in jeopardy. Their aim is to hinder robust responses from feminist and women-led movements and organizations where those who fight back face regular harassment and intimidation. All of this has a clear impact on the global consensus that sexual and reproductive health and rights are human rights. Progress in the key UN processes and spaces that support actors to drive reform at the national level have been stymied and logjammed in recent years, including in the Commission on the Status of Women, the Commission on Population and Development, and the Human Rights Council. What transpires in these global processes is often cascaded down to the national level, or conversely, tested locally before they're used in UN spaces. Strategies and tactics, particularly the use of language and framing, are trialed in one space or one country and exported rapidly to another, often tested in Eastern Europe, Latin America, and the US as a prelude to their use in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, but also going in the other direction as well. The overturning of Roe v. Wade has had ripple effects far beyond US borders, emboldening those opposed to abortion and other areas of SRHR and reproductive justice. Today's discussion will reflect on these setbacks, but importantly, we're also going to highlight positive change that predated Roe v. Wade, that has also happened since that insidious decision, including in the US and around the world. Because while abortion access remains heavily restricted in many countries for legal, policy, social, or practical reasons, for many activists and practitioners, confronting harmful norms and providing care in challenging legal settings is a daily reality. Our panelists today are advocates, activists, practitioners, working on abortion in restrictive environments, our colleagues who are supporting women to have access to abortion in spite of challenging legal environments, and we'll discuss what lessons can be learned in their work. They'll share positive examples of success in restrictive settings, showing that even in the face of coordinated, loud, and sometimes threatening opposition, work can be done to advance access to abortion and human rights for all of us. So now it's my pleasure to start our panel discussion and to introduce our first panelist. She's Dr. Angela Ekol. She's the Regional Director for IPAS Africa Alliance. Angela, it would really be great to hear from you about what service providers in your context are doing to protect access to abortion and post-abortion care in a growing anti-rights environment.
Thank you, Beth, and it's such a great pleasure to be a part of this illustrious panel, and thanks for putting it together. We know that advocates for reproductive freedom and for safe abortion access in particular have always faced opposition to their work. And this opposition, as you have said, comes from extremist, misogynist groups that have fought long and hard to restrict women's rights and to control their bodies. They like to deny well-grounded scientific evidence that banning abortion does not stop women from obtaining the procedure. In fact, it only promotes dangerous alternatives. IPAS's work in advocacy includes as a critical element opposition monitoring. And opposition monitoring is a very, it's a dedicated task. It includes tracking opposition activities on a daily basis, publishing a monthly newsletter, and writing journals and articles on the work of the opposition. It's also important to understand that opposition to safe abortion and to reproductive rights is not monolithic. It comes in different forms and deploys different strategies depending on the context. Some of the strategies involve relatively harmless things like denying that there is a problem. We've seen denial that teenage pregnancy exists, and in fact, the only problem is failed parenting. I mean, that's denial. More concerning is a tactic that involves destroying and discrediting SRHR advocates and painting them as bad people that should not be talked to at all. And that is a tactic that we've seen growing in prominence. Now, the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe versus Wade has empowered national and international opposition to sexual and reproductive health services. And it's not just on abortion. It has empowered opposition to family planning. It has empowered opposition to comprehensive sexuality education. We've seen examples of heightened anti-rights action in the wake of the June US Supreme Court ruling. And I think three most prominent ones that we've seen in Kenya are First of all, a new anti-rights policy on sexual and reproductive health, and we have ongoing resistance to reinstatement of safe abortion guidelines in spite of court rulings that state that abortion is a right under the Constitution. We have also seen heightened activity against the East African Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Bill, which, as we speak, is unlikely to see the light of day within the next year or two. And recently, there was a very vivid example in Malawi at a conference of the African Bar Association where opposition blatantly came out to attack abortion, reproductive health care, and comprehensive sexuality education. But as providers and advocates, we know that the rest of the world is marching forward in providing access to abortion care, even as a big part of the world is regressing. And so we, as providers, are worried, but we are not cowed. We remain steadfast, and we know that while this decision may embolden anti-choice movements around the world, it has also motivated us to reassert the right to choose and to press for equitable access. And so as providers, we have decided that we shall not work in silos anymore. We must work together. Working in silos is no longer an option. We must come together as an ecosystem and fight hard to protect the gains that we have already made and to continue to press forward for women's rights to access safe abortion and to reproductive freedom.
Thank you, Angela. I really like that last call as well. Of forming common cause across silos. Funding has driven us into different corners, but we have to fight back against this. And I think it's a real wake-up call to realize that our agendas are intertwined because we're caring for people, not for issues. Our next speaker is Namakando Simamuna, and she's the Partnerships and Projects Technical Advisor for MSI Reproductive Choices Zambia. And Namakando, it would be really great to hear from you, in particular your experience in outreach to rural women as well, to share with us the context of how MSI is providing care. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And good morning, everyone. Every one of us here will at one point or another know someone in need of abortion care. Contraceptives may have side effects and sometimes fail. There are people who have no say on when and if they have sex. Family planning alone will never be enough. We know that women that seek safe abortion services still have limited access. They may not know what the law permits, and sometimes are far too worried about the social stigma that comes with the service. MSI Reproductive Choice exists to ensure that women and girls are not alone in their choices and to ensure that they access safe and high-quality abortion services that provide choice and quality information that is enabling and empowering. As one of the largest providers of safe abortion, we have learned that it's important to leverage the different parts of the healthcare system, from private to public providers, and even self-managed care. So what have we learned over the years from our work and from our partners? That one, we need to ensure that services are available to all women where and when they need them. And this means working with partners from grassroots to government institutions at different levels and private sector to support the ecosystem that supports women's access to comprehensive and safe abortion care. And these services must be provided at the women's terms and within their communities. We've also learned that secondly, this access must be sustained through social business models, such as the multiple clinics available at different points of service delivery, but also through building capacity of public providers to provide comprehensive abortion care. And ensuring financing, and that is both public and private financing for comprehensive abortion care. In Zambia, most recently, and for the first time ever, private health insurance has reimbursed abortion services. Three, we have learned that it's important to provide real individual choice. And real individual choice means choice in method, choice in location, and choice in provider. But this also means recognizing surgical methods as part of the continuum of care for women that choose medical abortion. We have learned that it's very critical to maintain a cadre of providers that can provide surgical care. But we've also learned as MSI Reproductive Choices that it's important to go beyond harm reduction and try and understand better what women want within the health system. Fourth, we've learned to make sure that it's important that women know where to access services and they also know their legal rights. This means talking openly about abortion, demystifying the myths, and making sure that women know exactly what the facts are around abortion. Fifth, we have learned that it's important to remove unnecessary legal and policy barriers. We know that legal and policy barriers marginalize women and further stigmatize and deepen inequalities. Some governments have recognized the magnitude of this matter and have made real action. The government of Nepal, for example, has recorded about 50% reduction in their maternal mortality after liberalizing abortion care. My own government, Zambia, has begun to explore the use of telemedicine to enhance access to comprehensive abortion care. We believe that telemedicine and other digital platforms are such a great opportunity to enhance access and ensure that we provide services that are client-centered. Now, despite government commitments, it's sad to note that investment is still sadly inadequate. The amount of progress being made is nearly not enough to meet the current demand. We have commodity shortages that are threatening some of the gains that we have made so far. And the biggest threat we're experiencing is the funders that have majorly supported abortion work over the decade, pulling out of supporting direct service delivery. And our call today is that while government and donors are having this critical conversation around scarce resources, it's important that they interrogate and sort out the tension between meeting the current need of abortions today and looking at the long-term need to remove policy restrictions and strengthening healthcare. Governments, donors, and advocates should work together to ensure that equity and access are at the heart of the development agenda, and that access is enhanced, especially for the rural woman. When we achieve this, we'll not only eliminate unsafe abortions, but we're going to change the whole discourse around abortion to ensure that it is not under the control of the states and medics. Thank you.
Thank you, Namakando. Well said. I particularly appreciate that you highlighted the range of ways that people now have access to abortion care, from digital and telehealth, medical abortion, and surgical abortion. They all remain critical. And I know that that's something that DKT does. And our next speaker is Kwesi Boyasin, and he is DKT's country director for Ghana and also the regional director for Anglophone West Africa. So Kwesi, DKT has a reputation for really going into places that other people aren't serving and to finding new and innovative ways of providing services. So I know the audience will be really excited to hear from you about your experience given the range of laws and legalities for abortion in West Africa. Thanks.
Thank you, Beth. Good morning, everyone. So I'll start off by saying that the social marketing organizations and what we do isn't necessarily the panacea to addressing the challenges with access to services or products, right? But what we do forms a very big part of contributing to making the commodities available for our women and girls to be able to access them wherever they are and where the law permits. And so a lot of things that government has done has been within the public sector. But what happens to the private sector? What happens to the woman who has no time to or doesn't feel comfortable going to the public space and wants the private sector interactions, right? And that's where SMOs come in. What we do is a very solid part of getting access to commodities. So we are able to, so government, and I'll use Ghana government as an example, where they are not able to procure MVA kits or medical abortion pills because it's not on their essential list, right? But that's where we come in as social marketing organizations. So we make these available. We make them available to the farthest of places. So we recently, for instance, in Ghana, moved away from just the 10 regions we were in and moved into all the 16 regions where we have our sales personnel, our medical detailers, going from the approved outlets and facilities that we could put these products in. And that's not the only thing we do. We also have, even on ground, community representatives who now go into communities to educate, sensitize women on their rights to these services and where they can find them. We've also linked them to even our contact center that now is able to tell them, based on where they are located, which facility, which outlet they could go to and get a service, and a proper service, right? So I don't want to move away from what my colleague speaker spoke about concerning Zambia. It's if you don't provide a proper service to a woman, she's going to definitely find a way, and that's one of the factors that is leading to the maternal mortality rates that we are experiencing, right? So there are lots of things that social marketing organizations are doing to support the effort of government. And so we have barriers, and some of the barriers include our inability to take the products to where we have to put them. So in Ghana, for instance, we have been allowed only to put the MVA kits in the right hands, which is the ethical thing to do. But the pills, which are supposed to be self-medication, self-care, is supposed to also be administered through an approved list from our regulators and the Ministry of Health. Fortunately, the Ministry of Health sees the importance of what we bring to the table, and so they quicken their steps in approving facilities that we bring to them for access, right? So we go as far as a place in, in the Western North, where you would have to travel several kilometers to just get to a CHIPS compound. But then, what happens? You get there and then there isn't a trained service provider. So what we also do includes building capacity, and this we do in partnership with government. So we facilitate because they have the master trainers, and we bring together the service providers from the places where you would hardly find service providers, get them trained so that once the facility and the people there have the right and registered products, there's also a service provider who's been trained and has been put through the IPAS values clarification session. So they know how to counsel, they know how to make the women feel comfortable and go through a proper service. So social marketing organizations do all these things in support of what government is already doing in the public sector. And so we play a very key role, and we are always for the rights of the woman and the girl to get access to all the methods, including having access to safe abortions when they want it and when the law permits. So I think if we keep looking at the challenges, then we will sit and not do anything. And that's why we take it to the regulators, to the people who are in charge, all the stakeholders in this value chain. And we ask them for the necessary support, which is, for instance, allowing us to expand the access, allowing us to keep our women getting what it is that they need, so we don't continue reporting the high cases of maternal mortality. So we would continue doing what it is that we do now, and continue to collaborate with the government and all the stakeholders in the value chain, and then make sure that we deliver access to and then the commodities to the woman and the child who needs it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kwesi. I think that's one of the things we all appreciate about DKT is that entrepreneurial attitude. There's a challenge, there's a blockage, let's figure it out, let's work in partnership, let's go forward. And that helps really lead the way so government can also follow. So our next speaker is Dr. Anupama Rao, and she is the Senior Technical Advisor for Pathfinder India. And Dr. Anupama, I think it would be great to hear from you as well. India's long had access to abortion, but we know that's expanding, and we know that social stigma and other stigmas and blockages are in the way, regardless of the legality of a service. So I'd love to hear from you about how access to abortion in India is evolving.
Thank you, Beth, and it's a privilege to be a part of this panel. Half a century ago, in 1971, abortion was made legal in India. And as of now, India is one of the very few countries that have highly progressive laws for abortion. Abortion in India can be done for wide, broad grounds. They may be social, eugenic, therapeutic, or humanitarian. So to give you an example, some of the obvious provisions for abortion are, of course, saving the life of the woman, for pregnancies that may cause health risks, life risks to the woman, or pregnancies that would lead to serious handicaps for the child, or sexual violence, pregnancies due to sexual violence. These are some of the obvious provisions. But what India also acknowledges is that unintended pregnancies are the real sad fact of life, and as is contraception failure. So including the provision of contraceptive failure as one of the grounds for abortion makes it very liberal for women to access safe abortion in our country. And as a provider, even a condom failure or a withdrawal could be ticked off as a failure of contraception, and the woman can be given services. So India has 15 million abortions happening every year. And unsafe abortions are still the third leading cause of maternal deaths in our country. So very recently, last year in 2021, India felt the need again to reform and make some progressive changes in the law. So there were many reforms that were brought in last year, but I would like to talk about a few of them. Firstly, abortion was allowed only for married women. And India acknowledged that need of an 18 or a 19-year-old girl running from pillar to post, being denied an abortion, all because she was unmarried. So now the law allows married and unmarried women to access abortion under grounds of contraception failure. The second is increase in the gestational upper age limit from 20 to 24 weeks. So if you, for certain vulnerable categories. So to give you an example, a minor girl or a mentally challenged woman who's been raped, she may not even realize that she is pregnant until she is well noticeable into her 6th month. So adding that 4 weeks is like a big relief for providers to offer abortion to such conditions. The third one I would like to talk about is fetal abnormalities. As we know, some of the fetal abnormalities are not detected quite late, even beyond the 20-week limit. So you take a situation of a woman who is 25 weeks and the ultrasound has just diagnosed a severe cardiac abnormality in the fetus, which is not compatible with life. And as a provider, I just need to tell her, I was supposed to tell her earlier that I cannot offer you an abortion because not legally allowed beyond 20 weeks. And you just have to carry the pregnancy, next 15 weeks, deliver a baby who may die within a couple of hours after birth. So India acknowledges this trauma of the woman. And now, the present law, there is no upper gestational limit for substantial fetal abnormalities. And abortion can be done with opinion of a medical board, even beyond 24 weeks. So these are some of great progressive laws which are helping providers to. Apart from that, there are laws, the changes which address confidentiality, there are changes which address health workforce shortages. So overall, I think India has made sure that comprehensive abortion care is given, ensuring justice to the women. I would like to say that several grassroots level organizations, women's groups, and NGOs, they have worked tirelessly with ministries and stakeholders to make sure that this change happens. So I think forums like this are so important to make our point to the lawmakers of the world, to understand the reason that these are real situations of women who are not deserving of closing the doors against them. So outlawing abortions is, as one of the experts said, outlawing abortions is not going to end it. It's just going to kill more women who will go and access unsafe abortions. So I think at the end of the day, there's only one victim to the abortion debate, and that is the woman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anupama. And I think that really important process of bringing evidence to lawmakers is so critical, because we know that people will deny evidence. We know that based on their own personal beliefs or other desires, that they'll push back against that. And so the constant process of both providing services and then relentlessly providing that advocacy and that evidence to lawmakers is just something that we're all going to have to do year after year, far into the future. It's a tireless process, but I know everyone here is really committed to that. And in that sense, I'm very excited that we have one of our youth advocates with us as well, because we're going to have to keep going, and we need every generation to work in solidarity in order to ensure that we have services. So it's a pleasure to introduce you all to Maya Vicencio, who's the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer for the Family Planning Organization of the Philippines. And Maya, please give us your perspective on how young people can work in advocacy for abortion and the SRHR agenda.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you so much for this panel. So, my name is Maya Vicencio, 25, Philippines. Okay, so I just really want to take a step back and just sort of define, or what I feel that what the youth is, or who the youth really are, because we often lump youth or young people to an age range, or define them as an age group as 18 or below, or 25 and below. But really, youth and being young is potential. It is the willingness to change and the willingness to be open to change and to transform. And this really is a key component of activism, especially in the context of abortion. And this really goes beyond any age range. So when we say young, we really do mean young at heart. So I really hope this touches some other people in that way, because being youthful is not just being strictly defined as 18 and below, but it is really, you being young is having potential and that willingness to change. So this sense of transformation is really a core component of activism, especially in the context of abortion, where it really isn't an easy fight to begin with, especially in the Philippines, where we have some of the most restrictive and most heavily penalized abortion laws in the world. It's a really tough fight, especially it being a highly stigmatized concept as well, especially in the age of misinformation. We are experiencing a lot of small wins in our own context, and especially coming from a young person perspective, in such that abortion is getting a lot easier to talk about, and that young people are actually most supportive of the notion. And I think, going back as well, this really stems from a willingness to actually understand the context and actually come from a place of critical thinking and leaving our personal beliefs just to the side, and really just assessing the situation for what it is. Because a lot of young people, we really get that stereotype that we are all talk with no experience. But I think in the age of digitalization, with access to so much information, it's really a lot easier for anyone to just understand what is going on with just a quick Google search or anything. We often lump ourselves to this type of stereotype, so we really find it in ourselves to go beyond that and do some critical thinking and also empathize with other people in that matter. So it is a lot easier to talk about concepts as difficult as abortion, especially right now. So I think a big thing for our generation as well is that for a lot of us, it is also our first time voting. And it's a lot of our first time actually participating or having this mass participation in national discourse and like a national level place of concern. So I think many people have actually underestimated our power in numbers and how many we actually are and how many opposition or opposition-minded persons are actually from the youth sector themselves. So it is really a great place and a great space for responsibility for making decisions that actually affect the national level concern. So just going back to the context of abortion, in such, it really is the ultimate expression of making decisions and having ownership over one's space and one's body. It's just, I know that, or we know that we are not alone in this concept, or we are not alone in thinking like this. So I really want to take this space to urge other young people as well, other young people at heart, to really claim their voices and find that ability to transform and lead to another spark of change and really make empowered decisions over our own bodies and other people. So it's that short and sweet of what I'm going to say. I really hope we end on an empowering note and really help create spaces for our young people, because we are here right now. We are now making decisions that really do affect other people, and I really hope that we have the space and that we actually own our spaces to make more empowered decisions over our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. I think we're all counting on you and counting on that, both that youthful spirit and that activism. And we know there are big numbers, and the fact that people are getting politically motivated at a younger age and being really committed is what's going to provide that space for progress going forward. And thank you all also for encouraging us not to calcify in our beliefs, and for flagging that opposition exists among young people too. And so among your own cohort, you'll be doing that same work that we're all doing as well. In that spirit of activism, I'm really pleased to introduce as well our last speaker today, Marta Arroyo, who is the Executive Director of Pro Familia Colombia. And we wanted to come from this panel to raise awareness that we're all experiencing around this opposition, but to demonstrate that there's a way forward, that we know what to do, we know the power of social movements, we know the power of activism, and that collectively we can continue to make this change. We may lose ground sometimes, but it doesn't mean that we won't keep moving forward. And so I'm very excited to hear from Marta about the Green Wave in Latin America and the power of feminist movements. So Marta, over to you.
Thank you, Beth, and everybody for being here. And I'm so excited that Maya came before me, because you know that what I want to share with you are some of those lessons. Some of them have been hard, but others have been very, very amazing to feel. And the first lesson that we have gathered from the Latin American process is one of hope. And you mentioned it, you know, because what we have seen is that even in those places where there is the highest opposition to abortion rights, the hard work and long-standing commitment of donors, civil society organizations, even decision makers, you always find a partner that wants to work with you, health providers, grassroots organizations, do make all the difference, you know, and just look at Latin Americans' road on legal abortion. It has truly changed over the 10, 5, 3, and lastly in Colombia this year. So, you know, as a region, we really feel and empathize with what has happened and all the struggles and efforts that you are carrying out in the United States, but also other regions and other countries. But, you know, you said it, Beth, this is about collaborative strength, you know, and that's where hope comes. Another lesson that we have learned has to do with, you know, understanding that change is not a flat road. It's more like a zigzag with wins and losses. But that ability to understand change and openness has also made us more creative, innovative, clever, and what that means for us is being resilient. Yes, some blows are really, really hard, and Roe versus Wade has been one of them. You know, I remember that every single day we were looking at the news, and some people do not even understand English by looking at CNN, but we knew every time Roe versus Wade came on the screen, something bad was happening. So as a region, we were there with all of you. And I think that's really, really important, because this is where these spaces are all about exchanging these lessons and how can we build on the knowledge, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but good things happen also. I would like to just share with you very quickly some of the challenges that we face before we arrive to Colombia's last ruling that depenalized abortion up to 24 weeks in February of this year. And, I think that the first hard work that we went through was to look at ourselves as an organization, because I think that before you try to convince the world, you have to take a hard look at yourself and understand how are we doing things. And at that moment, when we started saying, okay, we have to move forward, abortion rights in Colombia, the first thing that we did was to create what we call the Program for the Prevention and Attention of Unwanted Pregnancy. But that program went beyond just the provision of abortion services. What we did there was to take the whole organization as a whole and look at how were we employing people, what were the conditions, were we explaining to them that we were a pro-choice organization that were focused on providing abortion services, our access routes, how fast they were, how many paperwork the women had to fill out before accessing the service. So we went into all this revision, and the changes started happening there. After that, we say, okay, we are ready, we have everything that we need. So now we're going to start advocating, participating at the Constitutional Court, sending them evidence. And the first evidence was from the stories of the women, girls, adolescents, and transgender people that were coming to our clinics facing barriers from the whole system, even though we had a really good abortion law. We gathered all the stories, but also included some of the stories from the health providers, because they were also suffering from, discrimination and prejudice, even sometimes from their partners at work. And we gave them voice at the Constitutional Court. And I think that made such a big difference, And from that, another lesson that we learned, very important, is that we talk a lot about working with people, center person approaches. But what that really means? It's not designing a roadmap, it's not designing a process, it's about developing empathy, truly listening to them, putting yourself in their place and feeling what they're feeling, listening to the stories of pain, suffering, and cruelty in the health sector. And that meant for us, and it's not at my level or even my manager's level, but every health provider of Pro Familia has to go through a training that first focus on empathy and emotional intelligence, and that has made such a big difference. And when those stories finally reach the Constitutional Court, we feel that it really touched them, Something else that we think that is it was kind of a difficult lesson to learn, because there are very few resources, research, data, numbers. They kept asking us, give us the numbers. How many illegal abortions do you think are still happening in Colombia? We do not have those numbers because those are illegal places. They do not report, they do not register what they're doing. But I always tell them, just cross the street across one of Pro Familia clinics, and you will see there the illegal clinics. They are so illegal that they are painted in the same colors Pro Familia has. So I said, if they are there functioning, that can give you an idea of how many illegal abortions are happening. So We have started gathering qualitative and quantitative, doing qualitative and quantitative research in order to, have better number statistics and data so that we can start really measuring the amount of illegal abortions that is happening in Colombia. So another lesson that we learned, and I'm going back again, during these 3 days at the conference, I've been stopping every single day at the Safe to Choose booth. And you know why? Because it's about abortion, but it's so much fun to be there. And this comes down to the narratives. How are we talking about abortion? And we know how hard it is. We have faced it, and we still face it in many places of Colombia. But we have to start changing our narratives and being able to speak out about abortion as another health service. That's what it is. We need to make that happen. So many things, I think, will come for the region. You think that now that we have the law, that's it, here we are ready to provide the services. No. One thing is what happens on paper, another thing is what happens in Quibdó, in the Pacific coast of Colombia, or in La Guajira, which is comprised mainly of indigenous community. People do not know yet. Women, girls, adolescents, transgender people, they do not yet. There's a lot of people in Colombia that have no idea that abortion has been depenalized up to week 24. So we have first an obligation to communicate, to inform in simple, easy to understand ways all around the country. Another thing that we need to keep on doing is we think that when the ruling came out, our clinics started filling out because access is so much easier now. Our capacity is up to almost 100%, but it's not like asking which doctor in the country wants to come and do abortions. It doesn't happen like that. So we started working with universities because we need, first of all, to explain to them what rights means, what an abortion right means, and what is the law in Colombia. So that's going to be quite a challenge. What comes for the region, next? I think that we have to keep on working at different levels. If you go to see Central America, some countries there are, I would say that is like cruelty laws, treating girls, especially girls, really, really bad. In countries like ours, where we have a better regulation and norms, I think, as I said, more training, more information, more working with the communities, with young people. Young people are so important because their voices are really carrying, a very strong message, and governments are starting to listen. I think that something else that needs to happen, the public system. In our case, in Colombia, the private sector, NGOs like ours, are taking care of everything. We need to work with the public system and help them develop their own trajectory so that they can also start providing abortion services. And my last comment is that we are here with you, with each one of your stories and your pains and gains. Latin America is a region that is very well known for its activism and, again, creativity and innovation. We have the same pains. You are not alone. There are good examples, amazing knowledge that has been gathered. And what I think that's what it's all about, the power that we have as one. And that's the way we feel. Even, all the way in Thailand, which is really far away from Latin America, there are very few of us present here at the conference, but all of us represent a lot of organizations that are feeling what is happening and are ready and more than glad to contribute in every way we can, advocating, making sure that services are provided and that young people is included in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, and thank you for really talking about empathy, compassion, and solidarity. As a panel, that's what we wanted to bring to all of you. That we're all working in very specific local contexts, and we're facing opposition and stigma in culturally specific ways. But there's a commonality to all of this that can help us learn from one another and that binds us together as a community as well. And so I'm it's just been an honor to be here with all of you, and I want to thank you for that. We don't have time for a second round, but I did want to end with one last comment as well about what that solidarity looks and feels like a bit from the United States. You all know that we've undergone a series of traumatically shocking experiences in recent years. It's never good for you to do that, but it's not a bad thing for Americans to have to recognize who we are as a people in our core and the things that need to be addressed that we can't ignore anymore. That we have to address those things and to take down that concept of what I've always felt to be insidious of American exceptionalism, and rather to look at the fact that America is comprised of people from everywhere, but we do have a unique identity that brings both good things and bad things, and it's time to clean our own house. And in recognizing as well that it's now Mexican women who are providing services for poor women who are living on the border. That fact alone has been a profoundly shocking narrative that really calls on all of us to recognize that it's people who are accompanying and helping one another to get through this, and that's going to be our way forward as well. And so in terms of the impact that it's having in my own country and then that ripple effect that it's happening around the world, it's really something that's difficult for us to come to terms with, but something that we must do. And I hope that we will, and I hope that that's what will come out of the process that we are going to go through, or that we're going through in the United States. So with that, and with that moment of solidarity and hope, because what we wanted to do was really take a hard look at what opposition means, because it's everywhere, but to also know that there's a solution in every single place, in every community, in every country, and that as we learn from and inspire one another, that we will move forward. And so the last part of what our session is that we're going to invite a range of other colleagues on to give you their commitment. We put together a call to action that's based on the Global Safe Abortion Dialogue's work. And I have two colleagues now that I want to introduce who are going to moderate this session of the call to action. And as they're speaking, we hope that you'll all be thinking in your own hearts and your own minds about what you're going to do and what your organization can do as well. So now it's a pleasure to hand the microphones over to Essie Asare-Pra, who's the Advocacy and Donor Relations Manager for MSI Ghana and an ICFP Youth Trailblazer, and Dr. Millie Kagwa, who's the Senior Clinical Advisor for Africa for PSI. So Millie and Essie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Beth. It's good to be here. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. We shall just... There's an echo. Sorry about that. So we shall read out the call to action which is behind you so that you can hear it, but you can also read it with us. We call upon governments, donors, and international community to urgently stand up for abortion rights, taking the following action. And the first is to ensure universal access to high-quality, non-stigmatized, person-centered abortion care for all, including young people and people in humanitarian settings, through a comprehensive range of pathways to care that maximize choice, including access to medical abortion, commodities, and opportunities for self-managed abortion, MVA, and in-facility care.
And two, to decriminalize abortion and create a supportive environment for abortion care, including countering organized opposition and harmful norms through strong and coordinated advocacy movement.
Thirdly, to provide responsive long-term funding for abortion care that supports innovation, strengthens health systems, and creates sustainable change, including support for civil society and grassroots movements.
And last but certainly not the least, to recognize abortion as a human right and ensure that abortion is mainstreamed in all sexual and reproductive health and rights, health, and human rights programs, including integration within universal health coverage and broader health systems.
So with that, Essie and I have the pleasure to invite a few distinguished guests to the podium, all of whom are committed to advancing sexual and reproductive health rights for women.
The first person that I have the honor of inviting to the podium is Her Excellency Bjork Sanchez, State Secretary for International Development, Norway.
Thank you. And dear friends, let me take you back to 1994, the International Conference of Population and Development. The then Norwegian Prime Minister, Gro Brundtland, gave a groundbreaking speech where she argued to decriminalize abortion. The reactions that she received were massive, strong, and negative. Since then, we have made some really important lessons in how we can organize and work together, civil society, academia, faith-based organizations, and us as governments, to make progress. And we've seen progress. We've seen more progressive legislation being adopted in many countries, and we've seen more women and people who need these services have received safe abortion services. But right now, we are experiencing, again, a massive pushback. And we've heard it articulated very well from colleagues in the panel. The pushback is strong, well-funded, well-organized. It's, again, an attack on our rights to decide over our own bodies. And it's part of a broader pushback against liberal values and free democracies. And that's why it's so important that we build on those lessons that we have learned and how we can organize and work together in partnership to protect rights and freedoms at the global level as well as in communities. And drawing the line back to 94 and fast forwarding to the present day, Norway still commits to strengthening access to safe abortion. We know that restricting access to abortion does not prevent people from seeking abortion. It only makes it more deadly. And that's why Norway commits to continuing to strengthen access and sign on to this call of action. Thank you.
The next speaker I would like to invite is Sarah Thompson, the lead policy specialist for health and sexual reproductive health, Swedish Agency for International Development, on behalf of the Global Safe Abortion Dialogue Committee. You're welcome.
Thank you. It's actually for sexual and reproductive health and rights. The Global Safe Abortion Dialogue has gathered activists, service providers, implementing partners, policymakers, funders, and other stakeholders at global, regional, and national levels since the first meeting in Stockholm in 2016. And the latest GSAD was held virtually in April 2021, when over 650 individuals representing 250 organizations from over 50 countries attended. I'm here today humbly representing the GSAD committee, including the donor circle, and we strongly support this call to action. It reflects the agreed upon priorities from the 2021 GSAD, which are intersectional and inclusive movements, responsive and flexible funding, person-centered quality abortion care, more and greater coordination, supporting risk-taking, advocacy and accountability, countering the opposition, and abortion in humanitarian settings and adaptation for resilience and preparedness. The right to health can never be realized without universal access to safe abortion. And finally, for those of you on Twitter, hashtag SRHR and UHC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that commitment. And now I would invite Miles Kempley, Executive Director of Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights of the Children's Investment Fund Foundation.
Thank you. Incredibly pleased to be here, and I want to share that CIF has invested in safe abortion care since 2016. Our founder and our whole team are completely committed to this work and making this right central to our approach to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights. We are sharing today that we will absolutely continue focusing on three areas that we have been steadfast on, including the rights of adolescents and young people to access care, improving the quality and affordability of medical abortion, and the work that we collectively doing to strengthen our ability to counter the opposition. But I'd also share that we need to go far further, and quite frankly, we're incredibly worried about the changes in funding that are impacting or have the potential to impact frontline care. We call on all of us to strengthen health systems, really support a diversity of partnerships to deliver access, including the vital role that the private sector plays to support access to care. And we call on all funders too to break down the barriers that exist between family planning and safe abortion care. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Poonam Matreja. She is the Executive Director for Population Foundation of India. Thank you.
Population Foundation of India has always been committed to every sexual reproductive right of a woman, including abortion. And when Roe versus Wade the judgment was a major overturn, it was a major setback for the movement to protect women's reproductive justice. We spoke up then, we continue to speak now, and we commit to the call to action to not only work in India. The unfinished agenda is still there in India, but we commit to work globally, and we stand in solidarity with our sisters, not just in America, but across the world. Political commitment and safe environment for abortion services to ensure the last mile coverage, notwithstanding a woman's marital status, caste, class, race, or gender identity. In India, we heard the good news from Anupam, where married and unmarried women will have equal access. We wish that for every married and every unmarried woman, and commit to work on that globally. The Indian Supreme Court has made a historic judgment and also recognized the deficiencies in the abortion care services, and we want every court in the world, every judge to recognize that. They ask us to abstain. We ask those who make regressive laws and turn down progressive abortion rights, we ask them to abstain from interfering with women's rights, reproductive rights, and abortion rights. We commit to ensure universal access to abortion, which is a fundamental right, and let's recognize a core component of family planning, which is embedded in the principles of equality and equity and justice. We will not rest till we collectively change the world for the women. Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam. We certainly will not rest. And now I invite Martha Smith, Director of Reproductive Health Supplies Coalition.
Thank you. So on behalf of the Secretariat of the Reproductive Health Supplies Coalition, we're very proud to support this critically important call to action. I'd like to just speak quickly about how this is manifested in the work of the coalition in three very important ways. Firstly, our Safe Abortion Supplies work stream that's driven by the priorities of our members has been and will continue to be the go-to hub for new information, for collaboration and connection on safe abortion supplies. Secondly, we really do believe that our soon-to-be-released learning course, available in both English and Spanish, on the quantification of safe abortion supplies, that is very much aimed at ministries of health and non-governmental organizations, is coming out at really such an incredibly important time. Thirdly and lastly, our Innovation Fund is supporting the first quality-assured combi packs available in 3 African countries, as we also look to work with a new manufacturer of a combi pack in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Abortion is healthcare. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Basi Nyambi. She is the Director of Partnerships and Engagement at Planned Parenthood Federation, America.
Hello, hi. I'm with Planned Parenthood Global, which is the international arm of Planned Parenthood Federation of America. And on behalf of our colleagues in the United States, Africa, and Latin America, I'm here to say that our commitment to backing brave partners, allies, and advocates to strengthen our locally led, globally connected movement is stronger than ever. And as part of this commitment, we will continue to defend and advocate for sexual reproductive health and rights for all, including abortion, LGBTQ+ rights, and human rights. We have been working and supporting our local partners for 5 decades. And as part of our new strategy, our new Backing the Brave strategy, we will lean into youth movement building and fighting the opposition. We need more young people in all our diversity leading organizations and spaces like this. And we really need to lean into not tokenizing and siloing our youth movements. And as we work together, we're working to permanently repeal and end racist and neocolonialist policies like the global gag rule that hold back our global movement. We will not let rollbacks in the US define the incredible achievements that we as a movement have made around the world, including in places like Colombia, in Mexico, Ecuador, Burkina Faso. And together, with the courageous people in this room, it's really upon us to fight, take back power, and continue to expand access to sexual reproductive health and rights for all. And again, we won't back down. Thank you.
Thank you, Basi. We would not back down. Now I invite Sarah Onyango, Director of the Self-Care Trailblazer Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Self-Care Trailblazers Group, a global coalition of over 650 individuals who are committed to expanding our safe and effective practice of self-care, we'd like to support the call of action today. The SCTG supports the adoption of WHO guidelines on self-care interventions for health and well-being, and also the recommendations on self-management of medical abortion. We believe that self-care for SRHR can serve as a critical entry point for transforming the users and health systems experience for health, especially reaching women and girls, adolescents and young people, and other populations that are underserved by the health systems. The SCTG was established in 2018 with support from SIF and Hewlett Foundation. And we want to ensure that self-care is institutionalized into policies and integrated into national health system. We want to commit to use the power of the coalition to advance self-care for SRHR, but specifically including for abortion care, for safe abortion care. We want to grow and mobilize our membership and our networks to advocate for policies, for resolutions and financing schemes that advance self-care for SRHR and ensure that self-managed abortion is included in comprehensive SRHR packages. We want to apply the expertise we have, including knowledge, evidence, and learning resources that can be adapted within country contexts to increase awareness of the safety and effectiveness of self-managed abortion. We want to partner with major global health provider associations to build support for comprehensive packages of SRH self-care interventions, including self-managed abortion. And finally, we want to build awareness and support amongst policymakers, implementers, and other key influencers to increase commitment and support for self-care for SRH, and especially including for self-managed abortion. Through these efforts and the power of their coalition, we can build a global support for self-care that ensures that self-managed abortion is an essential part of safe abortion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amalia Handiani. She's the Asia Outreach and Development Coordinator for Women on the Web.
Hi. Women on Web is supporting this call to action. Abortion care is a collective care, and this reflects a chain of solidarity. For more than 70 years, Women on Web has been providing information and access to safe abortion through mail to all women and pregnant persons for whatever gender identity they have, for whatever reason, wherever country they live in, whatever age they are. This is their rights, your rights, and our rights. Women on Web has started to provide advanced provision service to facilitate women and also potential pregnant persons to get abortion pills for future use. This will normalize abortion and create another chain of solidarity so women and pregnant persons can have safe abortion with respect and dignity.
It says their rights, your rights, and our rights. Thank you, Amalia. Now I invite Julia Bulos, Chief Operating Officer and Trustee of the Bestrom Foundation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm very humble. Compared to everybody else that's here right now, we're a small foundation based in the United States. We've been working since 1982, just providing sexual reproductive health and rights projects. We reach marginalized women in Latin America and East Africa. Now, after everything that's happening in the United States, our support is bigger in abortion. As advocates for access to safe abortion care, we remain committed to comprehensive abortion care, post-abortion care, and are continually inspired by our partners who work tirelessly to ensure that their clients receive the care they need. Today, I just want to, I want to commit to this support, and we'll continue working hard, making sure that women get the services they deserve. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Mitchell Warren, Executive Director of AVAC, Global Advocacy for HIV Prevention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And why, you ask, is someone from an HIV prevention organization here? Because we must all be here and stand together. As a global organization dedicated to health as a human right, to social justice, and to individual autonomy and choice, AVAC stands proudly today and always for abortion rights and reproductive justice. In June, we joined all of you in condemning the outrageous decision from the US Supreme Court, which rolled back decades of protection for those seeking safe abortion services in the US, and it undermined landmark rulings that safeguard fundamental human rights, privacy, and personal liberty, not just in the United States, but everywhere. The US court's ruling harms public health everywhere, full stop. We know that access to sexual and reproductive health, care, privacy, and bodily autonomy underpin not only abortion rights, but also the ability to combat HIV and end this pandemic. We are HIV and global health advocates and activists, and our work is fundamentally about intersectional social justice and human rights and the unyielding commitment to choice. Choice in contraception, choice in HIV prevention options, and choice and access to safe abortion and post-abortion care. Without these choices, we cannot succeed. These issues know no borders. It is never about abortion or contraception or STIs or HIV, and it's never about the US or any one country. These are cross-cutting global issues that affect us all everywhere. So we stand today and always in solidarity with the sexual reproductive rights and justice communities and leaders who are at the forefront of the fight for reproductive rights, and with everyone whose lives will be fundamentally altered by the heinous US Supreme Court decision. We commit to working with all of our partners and with all of you as allies to ensure that the rights to abortion and to reproductive rights overall are protected for everyone, everywhere.
Thank you. And now I invite Dr. Suchitra Dalvi, co-founder and coordinator of the Asia Safe Abortion Partnership.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak up here on behalf of the network. Safe abortion rights really need to be located in the context of gender and sexuality. I really appreciated what the speaker before me just addressed. And we genuinely believe that we can truly address the stigma and the challenges to access only when we recognize the political landscape, which includes an intersection of multiple oppressive frameworks, such as patriarchy, capitalism and neoliberalism, and post-colonial reform, as well as the hegemony of healthcare services, with inherent misogyny in medical teachings. And I speak as an insider, as a gynecologist. ASAP is working proactively to build inclusive movements with other social justice movements, including disability rights, sex workers' rights, those working to prevent child marriages, rights of refugees and migrants, and the queer community, especially trans men, so that we can all amplify our voices and create safe spaces. On behalf of all our members across South and Southeast Asia and Southwest Asia, from Afghanistan to Indonesia, and from Lebanon to Japan, we endorse this call to action, and thank you all very much.
As you can see, we are not alone. We have partners who are with us and colleagues who are with us. With those few words, I'd like to hand it back to Beth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us and to all of our incredible speakers. What we wanted to show today is the incredible richness and diversity of this global coalition who are standing for all people everywhere, for reproductive health, for reproductive rights, for social justice, for reproductive justice. So thank you all for joining us. And as you leave today, we call on all of you as well in your own hearts and your own minds, with your neighbors, with your friends, to make your own dedication, which we know you do pretty much every day anyway, but to renew that commitment in solidarity with all of us and with one another. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for your interest. And thank you very much to our panel and our speakers.